Noah just came through the flood of water that destroyed the old world. He's barely on the other side of it, has just received a covenant from God that this new world will be preserved until it is to be purified with fire. This is the first time Noah is beginning to try to find his footing in this new world. If this is not the language of spiritual awakening, of consciousness raising, I don't know what is. How many of the people that are on this episode with us can relate to that? This is not about genetic lineage as much as it is about the mantle. This is about, I think somehow Nimrod became heir to this estate. The fallen watchers wanted human representatives that they could empower to try to wrest dominion of this realm back from Adam's race. We're almost looking at the first story in the Bible of, you could say, he sold his soul to the devil.
These people right here were strong in their speech.
Yeah.
They had a synergy about them. They were able to speak the same language in a way that they were extremely efficient in building this structure.
Yes.
When you get the God of the universe to stop and take notice, you building something.
We look at the Tower of Babel and go, what did they even do? What was the sin? Some rabbinic traditions and stuff that said that he was, considered a mighty hunter by God because he tried to stop them from building this tower. Well, one of the context clues that I have that's not the case. For one thing, he's been called a Gibor right after God destroyed the world over Giborim. So what? The world is passing away and all that is in it, right? And what is in the world is what is driven by the lust of the flesh, the lust of the eyes, and the pride of life.
Yes, sir.
So anything that pertains to ego is in danger of falling prey to the sin of Satan.
This is how we get back to the garden.
What if I told you you were meant for something more? And what if at first sight your birthright was inked in blood? And what if dominion was written in big bold letters? And what if we shouldn't just occupy but overcome? And what if the observation of opposition was us? Antikemi, the podcast.
Welcome back yet again. You are tuned in to Antikemi.
You did it.
The podcast. We are your host. My name is Jonathan.
I'm Schulz.
And we are going to just jump off the deep end.
20 episodes.
Man, this is episode number 20. We push through some of the earlier obstacles. We're here now. We hit our rhythm. Last episode caught a little win. I think we started to find our tribe. We see you, I just started saying Antikemi Nation.
Yeah, and how you that? What are you gonna do?
I like that.
Yeah.
It feels like that's kind of befitting. But yeah.
So first of all, thank you, Jesus, and thank y'all. Goodness. Felt a little wind at our back with this last video. And
yes. The comments, the likes, the shares, all of that is integral. I think that YouTube started kind of picking it up and started suggesting it out. But that shows that we have found a core group of people that I think they're hungry.
And for those of you asking that are newer here and you're asking about the name Antikemi, because that came up in the comments.
Oh, right, yeah.
That will get addressed here. We've addressed it a bunch, but when you get a new
audience
clan in your tribe, yeah. So we'll look at that again. That's the thing that has me kind of the most pumped right now is the comments, man. We finally got life in the comments, like with stuff that I wanted to talk about and
Yeah.
was like, yeah, man, I told you, we're having the conversation we need to be having. And
It's
I
the right
love it.
conversation, too.
Yes, sir.
Not a lot of foolishness inside there. But again, like I said last time, if you have any comments, questions, concerns, or even
Yes.
corrections,
Yep.
let's keep that chat super lively.
Disagreement doesn't do anything but help the company.
Absolutely. I mean, that's what we literally are titled.
Yeah. Yeah.
Antikemi is disagreement with whatever the status quo and whatever this world, this Babylon system
Yeah.
is having us lean towards.
I think I finally know the reference, Galatians 5:17, right?
Yes, sir. Galatians 5:17.
Yeah.
And we're going to get into it. Let's just jump into it right now.
So to answer the question, Antikemi is just the Greek word that Paul used, and it's all throughout the New Testament. But in the Greek New Testament, when it says that the carnal mind cannot desire the things that the spirit desires, and the spiritual mind can't desire the things that the carnal mind desires, because these are in opposition to each other.
Yes, sir.
That word is antikemi, opposition, to lie opposite. And to us, that's the core of the mission God has given us, is not to be controversial or adversarial for the sake of controversy itself, but to find a way to withstand the wiles of the enemy by setting ourselves against the system of the world in every way that we can, not just in what we say, but in how we think, how we say what we say, what we do with what we're talking. It's all connected to, like, how do we live from the kingdom within this realm?
What's funny, you mentioned we don't do anything to try to be controversial.
Right.
Just for the sake of controversy.
Right.
The interesting thing is, us just doing what the Word of God says is enough.
Yes.
To be very controversial, very adversarial, even.
Yes.
To the kingdom of darkness.
Yes.
To the status quo. To whatever the flow of this world system is going. To the matrix, the whatever false reality overlay. We've
That's right.
detailed it a number of different ways, given a lot of different adjectives to the same thing that we're all describing.
Yeah.
But just the fact that we can stand for truth in the midst of darkness. People have seen the analogy all the time. It just takes just a little bit of light in a dark room.
Yes.
To completely stand in opposition to the darkness.
Yes, sir.
And just a little bit goes a long way, especially in the midst of deep darkness.
Yes.
You know?
So our contention is that anything that becomes institutionalized in this realm is going to have, meaning in the world that we live in right now, in the lower 3D reality that we all move through,
right,
or 4D if you include time, in that realm, anything that becomes institutionalized by nature is going to have some corruption written into the code, and that is the system that the Bible references through all kinds of metaphors,
right,
like Egypt. But of course, that's not throwing shots at Egyptian people. It's talking about the principalities and powers behind the empires represented by these places. It uses a lot of metaphors, but probably none more so than Babylon. And certainly by the time we get to Revelation, it's all kind of being housed under this mystery Babylon. What is mystery Babylon? And so for us, we feel like both of us are ordained pastors. Both of us function inside organized religion, and yet we've reached a point in our pursuit of him, his kingdom, and his purpose that it feels like we have to be willing to let the institutions crumble if they must in order to continue to be a part of what he is building, because any institution that he builds is going to stand. Anything we build around it is eventually going to fall. And that doesn't mean that there's no value in those things. We usually say on this podcast, we have to remember that those frameworks that we build around his kingdom in order to move through this realm and do business in this realm, those frameworks are scaffolding. They are not the building that he is making. They are not the temple he is constructing.
Absolutely.
But I do think now in the time where the fullness of all things is coming into view, arguably we're right at about 6,000 years since the Bible opens the story. So in this very dynamic moment of massive shift in the heavens and on earth, as the culmination of the story is coming into view, the institutions are going to crumble. And so we're saying, how do we identify as the kingdom apart from the institutions? Because when they fall, we don't want to go down with them.
That's good. And that is a perfect segue in like what I know we want to kind of dive into tonight, with the simple fact that we recognize, like we mentioned earlier, there is a determined hunger from not only God's people, but just people in general. But I think especially right now, probably in the last, I would say 12 to 24 months, last couple years, something has just shifted as far as like the scales are kind of dropping from people's eyes who have been, for lack of better terms, asleep.
Right.
Comfortably asleep.
Right.
For years. And they're starting to kind of see through all of the smoke and mirrors.
Yeah.
And things are not quite making sense. Like that feeling of deja vu, or like I've been here before, this doesn't seem right. That's not what I remember it being. And they're starting to have a lot more questions. And I've said it before and I'll say it again. We cannot give faith-based answers to fact-based questions.
Right.
It's just irresponsible as a leader to think that people are going to just accept a textbook contrived response to something that really needs a lot of nuance, a lot of prayer, and understanding something that was written for us but not to us. I mean, you're talking about an ancient manuscript that we have the privilege of mining all of the treasure out of it. But this is why we exist, because we do not want to just add to the noise inside the digital field. If we're going to do digital evangelism, which is what this platform is aiming for, we cannot just point at all of the different proverbial rabbit holes without providing any type of like anchor, foundation, or way of moving through the minefield of confusion, you know?
Yeah, just for a minute, let's expand on that, because I think what you brought up there is super important. And some of those who've been our ride or dies from the beginning know that we've been having this conversation since episode 1, and I'm really not going to keep repeating that, because as the Lord sees fit to grow this platform, we're going to have to do this again and again to bring the new ears and eyes along with us on the journey. So we're going to have to go back and reiterate stuff. But for the rest of us that have been here, either skip past it. We do chapters because we know these are long episodes. So if we're reiterating the Antikemi mission and mindset and approach, and you don't want to hear it, skip past it to the next chapter. But I think for a lot of us, I know for me, it's still doing me good. And I suspect it will be for a while. Yeah, to reiterate what we're doing here, why we're doing it. So quickly, here's the thing. There is an awareness in the last couple of years, as you said, that has spread really far. There are still those who are unaware. We find this out when we give voice to it.
Yeah.
That some people, when you say that there's a great awakening, a consciousness shift happening, people talking about fifth dimensional consciousness and all this stuff that so many are giving voice to in all different ways and from all different perspectives. But there are just people who look at you like, and a lot of times they're people that we have around our tables at Thanksgiving, and they look at you like, well, what?
What are you talking about?
Yeah. So there's still a lot of that.
Right.
But there's a lot less than there was. A lot of people are aware that something is up. Even if you just think about all the people in your life who don't have any faith in our institutions, they don't believe that their vote counts. They don't trust anything. They don't trust anything. They how many times are we going to have a mega church pastor scandal? People are just like, they're leaving the mega churches. So like the institutions really are crumbling because they've broken faith with the people. And so people really are, even if it's just that is a higher level of awareness than existed a decade ago, where largely, literally a majority of Americans still would have answered a poll, if I believe I have this right, because I think they did, that even certainly 10 years ago, most Americans would say, yeah, the government, they do some shady stuff, but they're doing it for the interests of the American people. And now almost nobody thinks that.
No.
So, and I know even a decade ago, they were telling us at pastors' conferences that some poll showed that, the only professional category that people trusted less. I think this went back to when the Catholic Church, the Roman Catholic Church, was going through all the stuff with, priests that had been abusive and all of that. And all that was very public and in the public eye. And I think they said that the only category of professionals that had less trust in the eyes of the public than clergy was trial lawyers. And so that's already going back over a decade ago, right? Goodness. And no shade to trial lawyers. I mean, we're pastors. We're obviously right there with you. Yeah. But bottom line is, that is a higher level of consciousness. That's what I need people to understand. Higher consciousness is not really a woo-woo concept. If you are more aware than you were, that's a higher level of consciousness. That's awakening. Yeah. You've become aware that something is afoot. Realizing that Santa...
I was getting ready to say that the whole Santa Claus is not real.
That's a higher level of consciousness. So, that I almost told a funny Brendan story, but I don't want to embarrass him. But bottom line, that's how that consciousness shift is becoming so prevalent that a lot of people are aware that it's happening. I became aware around sometime in 2020. Looking back, I realize now I've been in this process for a very long time. So what I've learned, the way I perceive it, is that when someone is ascending into higher levels of consciousness, you actually have to go through quite a few iterations of that before you become aware of the process. Yeah. So you've been awakening for a long time, and that's no different than waking up. How many times have you woken up in bed and, you're having a dream and the dream starts to fade and get messy, and maybe you're dealing with a talking dog in your dream who keeps saying your name, and then slowly you become aware that it's actually, your kid from the other room calling your name, or, you know what I mean? You start to like, well, why is this dog calling me dad? And then after a little while, and your eyes start to come open, you start to realize where you are, and you're shifting out of the realm. So that's a change in consciousness level. You're coming online, or at least in that instance, at least the ego is coming online. You're getting your bearings back in the world. So it's a shift in consciousness. So that's what we're talking about. I believe you go through a lot of them before you even become aware that they are happening. And then most of us think we had an awakening. Once we can put any verbiage to it, we realize we've had an awakening. I can't tell you how many people that have tried to describe some form of inner turmoil to me, and I've done this several times now. I don't just go around doing this, but if someone says enough things to me in a row that I'm like, I know what's happening here, I will ask them, have you ever heard of a spiritual awakening? Or, you know what I mean? And I can't tell you how often, I mean, it's probably a majority of the times that leaves them with tears in their eyes because you've given them language.
It's resonating. Yeah.
It's like, oh, there's relief and catharsis that comes with somebody giving them verbiage for it. And they know it instantly. As soon as you say it, they know, yeah, that's what I'm talking about, right? So usually then there's a phase where we're like, oh, I've awakened. And then we start to learn about inception. You start to realize, I'm more awake than I was, but I don't know if I'm probably still inside the dream in many ways. And I think that's probably what life is like in this realm, because it does not yet appear what we shall be, but we know that we shall be like him when we see him face to face. So until we're in that level of God consciousness, that we're literally nose to nose with our maker, we're probably going to keep realizing parts of the reality we accepted that were actually a framework of the illusion, the dream. So all of that's going on, but if you think back in our culture, and I just wanted to touch on this when you said what you said, because I think it's worth paying attention to. So if you roll the clocks back in our culture just a couple of generations, especially to really the baby boomers, you have this generation that is raised by, a generation that genuinely gave all for the American dream. I'm talking about in America here, but for most of you, or at least those of you who your nation was significantly involved in the Allied powers in the world wars and stuff, you'll know what I'm talking about. But there's probably an analogy for others too. But they came here in America from this generation that left it all on the field in defense of a dream that we had as a nation absolutely bought into. And then we became extremely conscious of potential threats against that. And so once the fascist threat from out of Germany and other places seemed to be fading, the boogeyman became communism. And so this generation went through all of this. We're protecting our hearth. The best system in the world is Western democracy. Like, people really bought in. And then came the boomers, and they started coming of age, and I'm obviously not giving a nuanced version of this, but essentially, as they were coming of age, we were involved in this war that was sold as being anti-communist and was very clearly had little to nothing to do with protecting American interests and everything to do in Vietnam with some backroom deals and some, basically my understanding of it would be the French didn't want to lose their colonial grip, and so there was just several key components, but basically it turned out to be about resources, and it wasn't about what they said it was about. And there was television coverage now. When they liberated the concentration camps in World War II and everybody saw, that's the first time in human history that people were staring the true nature of war in the face.
Straight up evil.
And well, that guy, whatever, bleep it out. that guy from Germany, obviously, a profoundly horrible and disturbed human being. 80% of my family tree was lost in that conflagration. However, there have been a lot of monsters in history, and some in the 20th century who outpaced his numbers by factors.
Yes, sir.
And we're not as viscerally outraged by those. Because why? Because watching the liberation of the camps became a mass conditioning event that had a huge impact on us. It's a shared cultural trauma, and we didn't experience that with these other, nobody saw Pol Pots, all that stuff. So this generation that was coming of age, as the Vietnam thing was unfolding and they were seeing through what was happening, was they were kind of watching it in real time. There was television cameras everywhere. There was just a level of awareness as a global community where people were able to see past some of the narrative and realized, you want me to go die for something that actually isn't about me and my family. It isn't even about, the people of our country. And so basically, if you look back, you'll realize out of that, the boomers kind of had an awakening. And all kinds of things played in, but there was a moment where they started throwing off the shackles of mental slavery. And they started messing with substances that help you expand your consciousness and revolting against every convention, down to like taking showers and shaving your face. Every convention, their societal convention, they're rebelling against it. If you think about it, it's very similar to the moment that we're having right now online. It's just a different expression of a lot of the same feeling. And so there was a surge in consciousness, a surge in awareness, and the largest generation that's ever existed on the planet kind of almost broke out of the matrix, if that makes sense. We can talk all day long and rabbit hole, and it's very interesting, but basically the powers that be found ingenious ways to get control back of that situation. Yep. And if you know anything about MK Ultra and that kind of stuff, and that's like a catch-all phrase that we use to cover a whole category of
control,
manipulation and control. But they used the very drug and free love and rock and roll fueled culture that was originally kind of being spawned by or spawning this awakening. They used it to get it back in hand, and used a lot of fairly brilliant mechanisms of mass mind control. And then if you think about it, on the flip side of that, they were also able to extend a carrot at the same time and let these hippies get a taste of the level of wealth that was becoming available in this new technological age. And essentially, to some extent, in my view, from where I sit, it looks like they used that combination of kind of carrot and stick. They were hammering some pretty heavy conditioning into a generation, but they were also extending. They kind of took them up on a high mountain and showed them the kingdoms of the world. All you have to do is play along, and you can build your castle here. And so a lot of that momentum kind of got killed, but that's how something comes to birth. Contractions. Yes. Over the decades following that, there were multiple contractions, but one of them that was very familiar to us in our youth was 9/11. And 9/11 was such a cultural trauma that it stuck in our craw. And when we finally calmed down from the emotional fallout, which for a lot of us took well over a decade, when we finally calmed down enough to like be able to take a second look at the patriotic fervor that came out of that, the aftermath, and we're dealing with the fallout of having gone back to war and having a lot of us started asking the questions that we were unwilling to ask when we were in the trauma.
Of course.
And again, now another contraction. And then the pandemic. And for me, that's the one that shook me awake.
And was like, okay.
Yeah.
Yeah.
And I didn't even know it. I wasn't like one of these ones that was like, you know, yeah. I wasn't like suspicious of the vaccine in the beginning. None of that stuff. Like, that wasn't my story. But I did go through the same shift everybody went through, or many of us went through. And I started to see, it was like the channel started flickering. I started seeing the matrix glitch. It was a little slow, but by the time we went into 2021, I texted you a screenshot the other day where I ran across a Facebook post in, I think, February maybe of 2021, where I said it feels like 2020 we shifted into a different timeline and everything is
just off. Yeah.
And I realize now that's right around the moment that I was really going, hold on, flag on the play. So a lot of us have gone through that. Some of us are in it and we don't know it yet because we haven't hit that point of awareness. And some of us are sleeping soundly through the alarm. And God has sent us in many ways, I believe, to the ones who are already aware. Now, by his grace, I believe he'll use it to help some people become aware and all of that. But I think in many ways, our burden, because we're really still in the middle of this process, but maybe a few steps ahead of some of the people we're ministering to and interfacing with. And I think you and I started to have these deep conversations, and we had them with the other pastors at the church. And it was like, this is so confusing. It's so confounding. This birthing of a new consciousness that's been happening in contractions over the last several decades. When it hits for you personally, it shatters your sense of self, identity, worldview. You can't figure out what's up and what's down. And then what's crazy is the very system you're seeing through has a mechanism, we call it algorithms, has a mechanism of tracking who's waking up.
Your interest, yep.
And so what happens is they know, like the forces at work in this world. When I say they, we may be talking about Zuckerberg and all of them, but we may be talking about the unseen forces that move them that they're not even aware of. So
the Archon.
The Archon. So they is kind of a whatever, but they know that they cannot stop this awakening. First of all, it's prophesied all through Scripture. But second of all, just the sheer numbers and the fact that everybody is so interconnected on the socials and the apps, you really can't stop it. The Arab Spring was another example of that, and that's already, almost a decade ago? But it toppled whole regimes. Like, this is what's been happening. So once the awareness hits for the powers that be that we can't stop this awakening, the immediate response becomes then, how do we hijack it? And so this very algorithm that represents the very illusion that we're waking up to in the matrix that we're seeing through starts hammering us with rabbit holes. And sometimes if I just start doom scrolling late at night, and I do, and I try not to, but it happens. It's a vortex. You get sucked into it.
Yeah.
And then sometimes if I just start doom scrolling, I hit a point of overwhelm that it's number one, it's super unhealthy, and I try to be aware of it and snap out, but I don't always. But I hit a level of overwhelm that's really confounding at a existential level, because you hear so many people say so many deeply misinformed things in a row, mixed in with such interesting tidbits of genuine, like, they are seeing through something. But at least from where I sit, it seems like they also don't know how to discern.
They don't.
And so, and I've dealt with that myself, and I deal with it. It's a little challenging to eat the meat and spit out the bones when, and to use a biblical analogy, when you are choking on the quail. So in the Exodus story, the Israelites tire of manna, of daily doses of sustenance from heaven. They want meat like they used to get in Egypt.
Yeah.
There's nothing wrong with meat. God's taking them to a place where meat is going to be plentiful, but they demand it immediately. And this is foreshadowing on this episode. They demand it immediately, and so God basically, I'm going to use the term frustrated. I'm sure that's anthropomorphizing God, but in kind of a frustrated way, sends them so much quail that it's lying feet thick on the ground, and they get so greedy they start eating the meat with the blood in it. They're not even handling it properly. Right. They're not even cooking it. Right. And they're choking, and a lot of them die. Well, this is something that happens when God is bringing you out of the land of slavery, the house of bondage. As you start to awaken and come to a higher level of consciousness that he's taking you from, away from Pharaoh's whip.
Hunger causes you to react.
Your hunger can get you in trouble.
Yes, sir.
And we do tend to hit this moment where we can't get enough knowledge. I need more. I need right now. I need answers. I got to get to the bottom of this. And we hit this moment where we start choking on the very thing, and we stop handling it with wisdom and care. And we tend to cause ourselves genuine damage during this awakening process.
100%.
You know what I mean?
Yes, sir. Where is it? Yes. Paul said this in his first letter to the Corinthians. Now concerning things sacrificed to idols.
Yeah.
We know that we all have knowledge. Knowledge makes arrogant, but love edifies. And I believe, what's the King James Version? It says, knowledge puffs up.
Yeah. Gnosis, by the way.
Yes.
For those of you that are interested.
Very much
By the way, that doesn't mean gnosis is bad.
Nope.
We're actually commanded to pursue gnosis. But Paul is pointing out this pitfall we're talking about.
It's the other side of the coin. Like, we chase after those things, and we've mentioned it before. It's the backside of the blessing. It's the other side of something that you don't anticipate being a pitfall and a snare to you. But we should, not only should we understand the gravity of making that our only pursuit, I think what we're also need to focus on is remembering that we're called to love truth. And if we're just wrapped up in just knowledge and we're like, well, we'll just shift through it and sift through it all later to get to the truth will just kind of make itself plain, you get lost in the sauce very, very quickly.
And it will be your own fault because you were more in love with gnosis than you were with truth. And that phrase that Paul uses there, knowledge puffs up, but love edifies. Knowledge puffs up, but love builds up. That's what he's saying, that word edify. So knowledge will inflate, but love will build. And so the phrase puffs up is, if you think about it, that is an egoic term.
It's like a bubble.
Yes, it inflates your sense of self. So if you start to discern that it's making you feel pretty dang good about yourself, and maybe look down your nose at, the sheeple and the normies and however, the muggles, however you want to call them, right?
Yeah.
That tells you that you are, and again, we're foreshadowing heavily here, you are in an ego-driven place. And remember, the apostle or the elder John tells us all that is in the world, all that is in the matrix, all that is in the system of Babylon, all that is in the world, the lust of the flesh, the lust of the eyes, and the pride of life is passing away. The world is passing away and all that is in it, right? And what is in the world is what is driven by the lust of the flesh, the lust of the eyes, and the pride of life.
Yes, sir.
So anything that pertains to ego is in danger of falling prey to the sin of Satan. That's what happened there. So reading Paul, and y'all, our purpose in stating this is really reiterating the mission we believe God has given us through the Antikemi podcast, through the Antikemi movement, is to say to those who are drowning in awakening, to those who are facing all of the stuff we've been facing, the doubt, the fear, the confusion, the anger, the outrage, the pride, all of the stuff that can come along with this process as you battle that ego to get it in the grave so that you can awaken into the mind of Christ. We're saying we may talk about things from time to time on this podcast, and maybe it's going to be more often. It may, but we're going to talk about things sometimes that you can rabbit hole on. But our constant reminder and the fact that we're dropping this episode this week is not disconnected from the fact that we dropped the episode we did last week. Yeah. Because a lot of the juicy stuff that we talked about last week can fall prey,
yes, sir,
to this trap that we're talking about. And people wind up in trouble, in real trouble, soul trouble sometimes, when they hit on this stuff and they're not ready for it, or they get trapped in ego, they get trapped in desire, they get trapped in fear, pride, vanity. All those things can cause you to descend into a rabbit hole looking for the bottom. And when you do that, you have entered the bottomless pit. There is no bottom. The rabbit holes are being thrown at the awakening by the very system we are waking up to seeing through. But it is a fail-safe mechanism to keep us locked in the realm of ego. So the rabbit holes are, if you're too awake to be told that the rabbit hole doesn't exist, well, then we're just going to throw a maze of them at you and let you get lost in that maze of rabbit holes. And so anytime we talk about stuff that's kind of rabbit hole prone, we're going to tend to come back and and reiterate what we believe God has put us here to do is not so much to throw out juicy rabbit holes at you. What we really want to do, if we do that, it's in service of a greater cause. But the greater cause is we want to help provide people with some of the tools that God has given us that are helping us move through that realm of awakening through love so that we are built up into a new creature rather than puffed up into just another layer of the illusion. And so Paul says in Romans 1.
Oh, I'm so happy you went to Romans 1.
And, bro, it pertains directly to what we were talking about last week.
Yeah.
Verse 18, for the wrath of God is revealed from heaven. Revealed from heaven. Not heaven, the city that you think people are floating on. No, from the heaven. The story is revealed in the heaven against all ungodliness and unrighteousness of men who suppress the truth in unrighteousness. Because that which is known about God is evident within them, for God made it evident to them. So again, catch this language here. It's evident within us because God has made it evident to us.
Yes, sir.
So this is back to this idea of this story is written inside of you because it is written all around you. For since the creation of the world, his invisible attributes, his eternal power and divine nature have been clearly seen, being understood through what has been made, so that they are without excuse. So we're back to what we were talking about last week. God has written this story into the cosmic order of the universe. That's why we need to stop pretending that we don't see those fractals on display. That's why we can't pretend that the constellations are not moving in an order that shows us the succession of prophetic unfolding, and that we can't pretend that there's not a mirror of that order inside of us. Right. For even though, and here's where it gets dicey, for even though they knew God, they did not honor him. This is why they have no excuse, or they did not honor him as God or give thanks, but they became, here it is, futile in their speculations. Futile in their speculations, and their foolish heart was darkened. Be careful when awakening tail spins you, enlightenment tail spins you into an endless series of speculations, because your heart can play tricks on you. If a part of your heart is not regenerated, this light that you're looking at will actually be false light.
Yes.
And it will wind up darkening your heart. Professing to be wise, they became fools. So this is not people who think they don't know. This is people who think they do know. Professing to be wise, they became fools and exchanged the glory of the incorruptible God for an image in the form of corruptible man, and of birds and four-footed animals and crawling creatures. So we're talking about idolatry here, but we're also talking about the star map.
Yes, sir.
He's talking about the things we are talking about the last couple of weeks. Therefore, God gave them over in the lusts of their hearts, the desires of their ego, to impurity, so that their bodies would be dishonored among them, for they exchanged the truth of God for a lie, and worshiped and served the creature rather than the Creator, who is blessed forever. Amen. And I guess it's not here, but in another place he says that they received not a love of the truth. Maybe that's John. I don't know. But just to put the bow on this right here, he's saying because of the egoic impulses, they exchanged the truth of God for a lie and worshiped and served the creature rather than the creator. I just want to point out to our audience that you cannot exchange something you don't hold. So, I mean, really think about the implications of that, because nobody can exchange the truth of God who is not in possession of the truth of God. So they have exchanged the truth of God for a lie.
2 Thessalonians 2:10.
Okay. Is the context worth?
Yeah, so we start at verse 7. For the mystery of lawlessness is already at work.
So Antichrist spirit.
Only he now restrains, will do so until he is taken out of the way. And then the lawless one will be revealed, whom Jehovah will consume with the breath of his mouth.
So it's the awakening of Adam's race that consumes that spirit.
And talking about
the breath of his mouth.
And on that same vein, with this next part, you're going to love. And destroy with the brightness of his coming.
There it is.
That's real light.
Y'all, again, going back to this discussion last week of coincidences, how many coincidences are you willing to accept? If Paul is not talking about the same thing we're talking about, what's he talking about? We've said in the last several weeks, the breath of God is the engine of awakening.
Yes.
Those who are wise and have insight will shine like the brightness of the stars forever and ever. We've said this stuff. How many coincidences are you willing to accept without saying
extra oil for your lamps?
Right. So Paul is talking about the same thing here. He's saying when the Antichrist is unleashed, it is the breath of God and the brightness of his coming that will destroy him. Okay.
The coming of the lawless one is according to the working of Satan, with all power, signs, and lying wonders.
According to the working of Satan, how does Satan work? By playing on ego, because that's the trap he fell into.
Yes.
By playing on the lust of the flesh, the lust of the eyes, the pride of life. Okay. And fear.
Going back to Romans real quick, verse 24, like you said, therefore God gave them up to vile impurity in the lust of their hearts.
Well, and that's what, to me, I want to make sure people understand. For they exchanged the truth of God for a lie and served the creature rather than the creator. Because of the ego trap, they were holding the truth in their hand.
Yes, sir.
Everybody watching this podcast is probably at least somewhat aware that the American currency system is a mirage, that it's predicated on a lie. Fiat currency system, debt-driven currency, it's built on lies. The only thing that gives them any power is we all agree to them, right?
Yes.
So this is equivalent to holding pure gold in your hand and exchanging it across the counter for notes that say they are legal tender, that we know full well have no intrinsic value behind them, but they are easier to do commerce with.
Yeah.
They are easier to conduct business with. And so what he's saying here is they were holding the gold in their hand and they preferred the currency that would allow them to do business in the realm of ego. And that was because they were more interested in the product than the producer. They were more interested in the creature than the creator. Why? Because they got trapped in ego, knowledge that puffs up.
And then verse 10 is where we kicking off at. And with all unrighteous deception among those who perish, because they did not receive the love of the truth, that they might be saved.
So the only thing that can keep you...
Oh, and just one more thing. And for this reason, God will send them strong delusion
There it is.
that they should believe the lie.
If you want it, he'll give it to you. Jesus said if you ask him for bread, he's not going to give you,
Luke 11.
which was at first bread, a rock,
A stone.
a stone. And if you ask for an egg, he's not going to give you a serpent, a scorpion, right? Okay, so Jesus said that if you ask for the right thing, he's not going to give you the wrong thing. But what this passage is telling us is if you ask for the wrong thing enough, he'll give it to you. He'll give you what you're asking for. So if you fall in love with ego, with self, with knowledge that puffs up, if you fall in love with any of those things more than you fall in love with the truth, you run the risk that God will decide to let you have the quail.
Oh, just to clear it up. So from Luke, I don't know if there's another one that you're talking about, of course, but in Luke is talking about if your fathers will give his son ask for a fish, will he give him a snake?
Okay.
And if he asks for an egg,
okay,
will he give him a scorpion?
There is another reference, but it doesn't matter. What I'm getting at is if you, that's why Paul says, set your desires on things above.
Yes, sir.
So the only thing that can preserve us, this is probably the most bumper sticker way we can say the Antikemi message. How do we lie opposite to everything that has to do with the system of this false reality overlay, this matrix that we're all living in? How we do it is by receiving a love of the truth to the point that we are willing to sacrifice self and ego. We are more interested in pursuing him than we are in pursuing even knowledge, because knowledge is one of the things that tends to go really gangbusters when you start to awaken. You become extremely hungry for knowledge, and you have to be aware that if that hunger begins to exceed your hunger for him, for his kingdom, for his purpose, for his presence, for his truth, you will fall prey to deception, but only because you wanted to.
Let that simmer in your spirit.
So the biggest thing we can do when interfacing with all of this is to keep, and I've told you so many times, bro, we've been talking about stuff and you've said to me, and I'm pretty sure you've said like things to me. You know, you'll be like, man, have you ever looked into, because sometimes, bro, you're rabbit holing and we'll wind up on the phone for 3 hours.
Yeah.
And like, hey, have you ever looked into, and there's been a couple times that I've said something like, yeah, I started to a couple of times, but I don't know, maybe someday I'll get to do it. But both times he told me no. And what I mean by that is the Holy Ghost, the Spirit of the living God that lives in me, became uncomfortable in the middle of my rabbit holing. And I've learned to really try to pay attention to that and just say, what are you uncomfortable about? What's going on here? Because I've learned that it's not that he doesn't want me to know things. That's not what is going on. It's the glory of God to conceal a matter. It's the glory of kings to search it out. So why are you uncomfortable? And it's always about my why. It's always, apparently, I'm not mature enough yet to pursue that, to pull on that thread without it tickling a spot in me that has to do with ego.
That's Eden all over again.
100%.
The Most High was always going to continue to reveal himself. He was walking with them every single day. Yeah. You think they were just hanging out? I'm sure a lot of things were being revealed, mysteries uncovered. Who knows all that was lost with the fall? But the fact of the matter is, our Father was not desiring to just withhold these deep, dark secrets of the universe from the very image bearers that he created, that he is fellowshipping with. But the serpent comes along and decides to hit fast forward on the plan of God and say, let me give you all of this right now. Let's pull on that thread. And it's the equivalent of handing your toddler that loaded weapon that they are not able to handle safely.
That's right.
And it's going to put them and everybody in their vicinity in danger.
That's right. Eventually, we'll get to it where we will actually discuss at the allegorical level, what is that tree?
Yeah.
What is the tree of life? What is the tree of knowledge? What are these trees, right?
Mm-hmm.
But God created them. Neither of them is bad. They're both good. They both belong in paradise.
We have misconstrued the tree of the knowledge of good and evil.
100%.
This evil, crooked, dark tree in the middle of the garden that we should not. Like, it would be the villain in, like, the story.
Right. And when people really figure out where it is, where it sits, it's going to blow their minds. Literally. But we were not ready. That was the quintessential example of asking for quail when you're supposed to be on mana diet. We weren't ready. When love brings you knowledge, it builds you up to where you're a temple. And knowledge is of God, from God, in God. Knowledge, if you do it right, there is only the knowledge of God. You're learning about God. So knowledge, because it is of him, in him, through him, it's an attribute of God. It has to be contained within the temple.
Mm-hmm.
So he will always build you up. Love will build you up to where you can contain that which you receive. Whereas desire and fear will send you plunging headlong into this pursuit.
Come on.
And you will be puffed up, but you will not be built up. And so you'll be destroyed, because that's what happens to things that get overinflated. So that's really what we're saying here is we believe God has given us a message that is to basically try to help people find true north and keep themselves oriented toward his kingdom and his purpose, his truth, as they move through this season of awakening, which is not, it's not going to become less. It's becoming exponentially more every day. Mm-hmm. One of the things I was going to point out a little earlier is when I was talking about iterations of that awakening process that you can even see at our cultural level, I've seen and read stuff from people in the 70s and 80s who were saying all the stuff we're saying now about this awakening. There are forerunners that have been saying this for a while.
Yes, sir.
There is an awakening. There is a shift in consciousness. So the fact that we've now become aware of it makes it feel very new, but it's not even that new. It's just increasing to a point that more and more people are becoming aware of it. And that's going to continue to happen.
Yes.
And so in a few years, we'll be the veterans. Mm-hmm. You know what I mean? And then by the grace of God, hopefully we will have left some footprints in the sand behind us.
I was getting ready to say, This is the point of the podcast. It's digital footprints.
That's right.
It can live inside a space eternal, or as long as a platform allows it to, for people to discover it. I mean, who knows? Somebody 6 months from now,
right,
stumbling through their algorithm and their search history, and the spirit is starting to quicken them, and they run across this video and they give it a tap, and something is said in these conversations that resonate with their spirit of like, oh my goodness, yes, this is a place for me to kind of explore some of the deeper things and mysteries of God that I know are out there, and I'm tired of being told, don't look here, don't look at that. Like we discussed last week, the theologians that are standing in the way of the key of knowledge, right?
Yes.
But how can I navigate this in a safe place? Like, what are the guardrails?
Yes.
Where are the safety exits? Where can I pull the proverbial parachute so I can land safely instead of free falling into this rabbit hole?
And there have been moments for me, bro. I'm sure you've had similar experiences in this process, because we are going through this in an age where information is widely available at a level that has not existed since the flood. I'm sure of it. Like there was probably a moment like this before the flood.
Yes, sir.
But this is a Noah type generation, and all this information is so widely available. So there have been moments where I have asked the Lord for clarity on a topic, and he has brought to my attention a relatively low view count video from 12, 15 years ago, the earliest days, pardon me, of social media and YouTube and all that. And it's got the answer in it. And that's our daily prayer is, God, whether or not this blows up on a vast scale, or what to us would be a vast scale, but whether or not that happens, let this be a tool that when honest hearts are genuinely seeking you and saying, God, this is so confusing, Father, I'm so lost right now. Please help me find my way through the fallout of realizing that the world I thought I lived in doesn't actually exist. My whole reality is crumbling around me. Please help me find my way to you, to truth, to life, that hopefully the Lord will be able to use some of these discussions as a tool to help people find firm footing. And I want to make a comment on something you said earlier in regard to that, where you were talking about that thing we bring up sometimes where we say, don't answer a fact-based question with a faith-based response. I just want to, just applying the Jesus method to that, I hope this helps somebody, because most of how we interact, especially in the digital age, is so counterproductive. Most of what, gets said is just not helpful. And I believe that people want to help, but we do get locked in ego a lot. And a lot of times what we wind up with is egos butting up against each other, even when we're trying to represent truth. And so I want to point out, when someone asks a fact-based question, that tells you they're not coming from a faith-based perspective. And that's okay. It really is. Facts are very good.
Yes, sir.
Faith is not all you need.
Right.
You know what I mean?
Come on now.
But when they're asking that, what you need to realize is that it is a product of Babel. It is a product of Babylon. For you to ask a question in one language and me to answer you in another language. So if you ask me a question in the language of fact and I answer in the language of faith, we have just talked past each other. We've created confusion
and we have not
distance, and we've been driven apart, and we have not communicated. And this mechanism, and I think And if you're on board with it, I think right now we might be kind of doing a drift slide into
I love it.
the topic at hand, really. But I think that what often happens there is that we don't apply the Jesus method. So if you just go through the Gospels. I suggest to people to do this regularly. I do it. I do it to remind myself. Go find everywhere that anyone asked Jesus a question and read how he responded, and just ponder it.
Yes, sir.
Don't analyze it necessarily. I mean, you can, but I'm not even saying analyze it. I'm just saying clock it. Just see him.
Yeah.
Watch how he moves, because there is a moment with the woman at the well. There were several times that she asked a question and he gave an answer. Straight up. Just boom. But even there, a lot of what he did was speak to her cultural trauma because of who she was and who she felt like in society.
Come on.
As a Samaritan, as a divorcee, as someone living in, fornication and all the things that she was carrying. So what you'll clock with Jesus is that he will sometimes answer a faith-based question with faith-based verbiage, or a fact-based question with a fact-based answer. Most often, he moves right past whatever perspective the question is coming from and speaks to heart stuff. 9 times out of 10, I would say, from my memory of it, Jesus usually clocks the question where it's coming from and then moves to the heart issue. And that's because most of what people are locked in is ego, and that lives in the heart. That lives in the soul. That lives in self-awareness. People are dealing with identity struggles and trauma and insecurity and pride and vanity and desire and all of the things that come along with this fallen realm, this false reality overlay we're in. So a lot of times the thing to do when we say don't give a faith-based answer to a fact-based question, I don't want people to necessarily misconstrue what we're saying and think that what we're saying is you have to spar toe-to-toe with people all the time.
No, not at all.
More what we're saying is see the person. If you're a fisher of men, see the person and speak to the person. Yes, there's a moment. If someone asks an outright question about, how can the God of the Bible be good when he allows evil in the world? There's a moment to give a traditional apologetic answer to that. But a lot of times you got to realize that they're speaking from a wound and move to the wound. Because we're not going to be able to have a faith or fact-based conversation until we address the wound. They're bleeding out.
Yes.
And a lot of the most hostile people you meet that trigger your ego the most because of how they come at you are just more wounded.
Yes.
They were raped by a priest. They were, you know what I mean? Like, see the soul, see the person. And so a lot of this Antikemi thing is how to not get locked in what everybody else is locked in so you can help them get out.
That's how you lie in opposition to everything that they may have encountered. Because a lot of times, 9 out of 10, if they're engaging with you on that level, they're looking to argue.
Yes.
And when you, Romans? It says when you basically respond with good, when someone is responding to you in evil, you pour coals of hot fire on their head.
Yeah.
And we've read that from a surface level thinking that, oh, this is like our get back. This is vengeance to somebody treating you wrongly. It's really so much deeper than that, because like Paul, he's quoting, I believe, from Proverbs. It is talking about you're taking hot coals, which are, if you look at them spiritually and symbolically in scripture, the purification that God uses to purify and sanctify his people. You are responding in a way that will sanctify their mind.
Yep.
And completely transform and transition them. Hopefully snap them out of that ego place that they're deciding to burrow down and get real comfortable in, right? And that's how they're choosing to engage with you from that realm. But when you decide to step above and listen to, oh, okay, this is hurt speaking, I can respond accordingly. It's so effective. And you are literally bringing their mind up out of that lower realm to a different consciousness and reality.
So you just showed a tooth on the key of knowledge. If you think about the key of knowledge as a key,
yeah,
what you just said is one of the teeth on that key. And if people grasp onto this, because religion has done a lot, as we talked about last week, to take away the key of knowledge. And right now we're having to claw it back tooth by tooth.
Mm-hmm.
So one of the teeth that you just pointed at is the Bible uses the language of the elements to speak to the process of creation, recreation, and glorification.
Come on.
And so you have to understand the elements of the ancient world, the way that their cosmology, the way that they saw the universe being framed and ordered, and God used that awareness to bring them the hidden truths of his mechanisms that he uses.
Right.
So earth, water, fire, and air, right? So everything that God creates, he creates on earth, formed through water.
Mm-hmm.
He uses fire to purify and change its shape and refine it and change the state that it's in.
Literally change the state. Right?
Change the state. And air, of course, is a necessary component of fire, but it also brings with it breath and life. And so when God takes Adam out of the ground, he first had to separate the ground from the water. In the beginning, it was formless and void and covered in water. Mm-hmm. And the Spirit of God, the air, the breath of God was moving on the water. And he spoke light, mm-hmm. fire into existence. So what I'm thinking about as you're saying that, because that's a huge piece that should fall into place when you start reading that kind of language. In so doing, a soft anger turns away wrath, and if they curse you, give them something to eat and refreshment, and in so doing you will heap coals of burning fire on their head. They knew that what he's saying is that person is locked in an earthy place.
Yes.
The water you give, the food you provide, that's refreshment. That's going to help them come up a little higher. You just move up Maslow's hierarchy when you have sustenance. Mm-hmm. So he's applying water as a metaphor for refreshment. Already you're helping that person come up out of that low conscious, that low density, that high density state of low consciousness that they were in, that earth state. You've now drawn them up toward the water. And now he's saying the fire of their conscience will begin to burn. And they will begin to be purified. And as they are, they can be drawn back into breath, back into air, back into life. So that's another that I just thought, being as you brought it up, let's point out that's a tooth on the key of knowledge.
That's good.
Look for the elements in Scripture, and just for funsies and kind of a freebie because it's cool. We were talking about it earlier today. You know, carbon-based life is the kind of life we have here.
Yeah.
The New Testament word for coals is anthrax, from which we derive anthracite, coal, but that is the ancient Greek Greco-Roman or Greek word for coal, carbon. And so carbon-based life, the way the Bible's going to refer to it is through that verbiage in the New Testament. In the Old Testament, the word for coal obviously is not anthrax or anthracite, but it does deal with the same substance.
Yeah.
Which is basically formed when the process of oxidization or fire
Yes, sir.
transmutes living organic material down into this strange state that we know as coal or carbon, which happens to be the most crucial element for life to exist on this planet. All life on this planet is carbon-based life forms.
Yes, sir.
And what's interesting about carbon that we were talking about earlier is that it is composed of 6 electrons, 6 neutrons, and 6 protons.
Drops mic.
I mean,
Yeah.
that's kind of interesting. So in our animal form, our carbon-based life form, we are, as literally as you can be, marked with a 666.
The number of man.
The number of man. And we are trying to claw our way back to the place where God breathed the breath of life into the nostrils of the man so that he became not a living animal, but a living being, a living soul. And so that is why we are pressing to be marked with a new.
That's so good.
And so you can follow that process through, because if you follow the process of carbon moving from that state to diamond, or what the Bible would call crystal state, you're going to wind up with a journey from, in Hebrew, 5555, 666, 777, and 888, or in the Greek, 666, 777, 888, 999. Like, it's a very interesting study, and there's a cool rabbit hole there. Sometime when you're bored and you're interested, you can go down it. Maybe sometime we'll go down it on here. But that's a good example of something that is profound. It makes me want to know more. It makes me want to rabbit hole.
Yeah.
There's nothing wrong with rabbit holing. But for tonight, the Antikemi approach is, let's just acknowledge, oh my God, the mysteries of the riches of God are so deeply encoded in this thing.
So deeply.
And if we will truly seek him and his kingdom and his righteousness first, all these things will be added to us, and we will make it back to the garden and be able to eat not from the tree of knowledge of good and evil. We've eaten our fill of that. We're regaining a Eden consciousness by him breathing on us again. That's going to bring us back to be able to eat from the tree of life. And then all that knowledge will be good for something.
Yeah.
Because the way he sold it to us, the way the light bearer, the false light bearer sold it to us, we had to give up the very thing that it was supposed to enrich. all of this was meant by God to enrich our lives. But if we get it Lucifer's way, it actually destroys us so we can never enjoy it. But if we will come back to love and come back to truth and pursue him, which was all he ever wanted from us in the garden, we're going to be able to take back that key of knowledge and walk into the temple, walk into the holy place, and eat from the tree of life. And then all that knowledge will be of some value to us.
Yes, sir.
So our comments last week had there's a one of our ride or dies who we love and she's in the UK right now, but Carol has worshiped with us at Promised Land for a considerable amount of time. I think she's going to be back in our neck of the woods at some point.
Yeah,
and, so she's family for our local church here too and all that. But she asked this question that you and I both independently were like, that's kind of right where we should go. And it's funny because it's not the first time that she's a very thoughtful person, and she gets it.
Yeah.
And she's a part of that awakening in a big way. But some of the stuff that she's brought up, like, we may get to it sometime. It's interesting to you and me, for sure. And we love that. Throw out the topics. We want to hear them. But some of them, it's like, well, we'll see, because we do want to make sure we stay on mission here.
Yeah.
Helping people find their way through the noise without adding more to it. And I wanted to make a point about that real quick, which is just this, bro. It hit me today. We know that the Bible says, John said, you have the Spirit of truth living in you.
Mm-hmm.
You don't have need that any man should teach you. You know all things.
Yes.
And I began to think, well, what place does that leave then for the office of a teacher in the church? And also, I've needed teaching to get as far as I am. But then on the flip side, I realize all of the teaching that has contributed to this awakening that I've been experiencing, you've been experiencing for the last few years, that stuff, when I heard some of the same concepts 10 years ago, didn't resonate at all.
Not at all.
Didn't do anything for me. And if anything, I was defensive about it, looked down on it, dogmatic about it. And so what I'm realizing is, here's most of what our job is, bro, within the kingdom when we're moving in the gift of teaching from the Spirit. We're not actually, for the most part, teaching people what to know. We're helping them unlearn. The vast majority of what we can do is help the deprogramming process. Because actually, those of you that have the Spirit of the living God in you, that have the breath of the life giver in you, that are the redeemed of Adam's race, you know all things. You just don't remember them. In fact, Jesus said to the disciples, when I get out of here, you're going to be dragged to court, and they're going to put you on trial. You're going to stand before kings. Don't worry about what you'll say when you do, because in that hour, the Holy Spirit himself, he will give you words and a mouth, and he will teach you and bring to your remembrance all things which I have told you, and teach you what to say in that hour. Wow. So a lot of what is happening here is that the knower inside of you is just under a lot of layers of amnesia from this realm. And so much of what we're trying to do is just help people unlearn the programming, because there's a lot of topics that you're going to ask us about. Can y'all talk about this? Can y'all talk about that? And some of them we will, some of them we won't, but you don't need us to talk about any of them. I want to really, it's burning in me that I want to help people understand. You don't need another YouTube video. You don't need another seminar. You don't need another book. You don't, if the Holy Spirit chooses to use those things as a tool, that's awesome. But that's all it is.
Yep.
Is a tool of his spirit that's already in you, helping you remember, because the knower lives in you. You know all things. You just don't remember that you know them. And that is why, and this gives me chills, that is why if you keep a love of the truth at the center, you will not fall prey to deception, because the knower inside of you will leap for joy when you remember.
That's right.
You will.
It's confirmation.
It's confirmation. We're not telling you something you didn't know. We're reminding you of something you forgot.
That's so good.
So at best, what we're really trying to do is just help people remember. You don't need us to solve all these riddles and rabbit holes for you. If he wants you to go down one of them, all you need is to be able to forget the programming that is keeping you from remembering the knowledge.
Yes, sir.
And so with that in mind, let's talk a little tonight about, in this second half of this discussion, let's talk about what was brought up in the comments. Because last week we spoke about the key of knowledge, and it raises a really valid question, basically, which is like, this conundrum, this tension of God wants us to know all things, accomplish all things, greater works than me also, than these also shall you do. And yet we're told knowledge puffs up, and so there's this tension of like, well, if he wants me to know all things, why can't I eat of the fruit? And we ate of the fruit. So, and the question that was asked was about the Tower of Babel, and it pertains directly to moving through that tension that people feel with clarity and with purpose. So in this second half, because the key of knowledge has opened Pandora's box a little bit, which the key of knowledge, to just put it on a bumper sticker, is basically to say that the kingdom is within you, and religion has lied to you, dogma has lied to you. You were never supposed to be locked out of Eden. Jesus came to bring the way back in, and that place, that allegorically, metaphorically speaking, remember we talked about fractals. The Bible can be true on all levels at once. So speaking metaphorically and allegorically, why can't it be true on that level if we believe it's true on a literal level?
Yes.
On an outward level. So what we're really saying, the key of knowledge, is that everything that is in the Bible is actually more about the world inside of you than the world outside of you. And in fact, everything in the world outside of you is a mirror of what is happening in the world inside of you. And the created world outside of you and the reality that we are moving through is supposed to be teaching you about what he has put inside of you. And so the fact that religion has blocked the door and said, don't go in there, that's dangerous, there's demons, there's that fear-based exclusion, that is the definition of taking away the key of knowledge and blocking the door. Whereas Jesus has always been inviting us into the inner room to go in and commune with the Father and know all things. So in kind of on a bumper sticker, that's basically, in our view, what the key of knowledge is. You have to understand that this book that's written in very outward terms is actually not primarily about the outward world.
Nope.
It's about the inside of the cup. and you get that right, the outward world starts to come into alignment with it. So that, in many ways, pertains directly to this story in Genesis 11. So
let's go there real quick, because there's so much here that I think is really apropos to this discussion. Even diving into the layers. And before we go into it, everybody take off your Sunday school filters. A lot of us have heard this story before, and it's easy to kind of tune out and be like, well, I already know what it says and what it means and the implications of it. But let's look at it a little bit deeper. So we got Genesis 11. Now, mind you, this is right after the Lord has flooded the earth due to exceeding wickedness. And so his response to that is flood. And we've talked about, how Noah landed and was able to come out on dry ground eventually. And we know the promise that was made that God would no longer judge his creation through water.
yes,
However, next time he would answer in fire,
yes,
which is theologically rich
yes.
all by itself.
Again, just key of knowledge. Recognize that that's all elemental imagery.
Absolutely. Absolutely. Not accidental either.
No.
Very, very on the nose.
He brought the earth through the water. Now he will bring it through the fire.
Right.
And we will be back in air. And then comes ether, whatever you want to call it. But
right.
That's when that new creation fully emerges.
And we know the story. Noah, he begins to plant. And he plants a vineyard, cultivates the wine.
So let's go to verse 20 of 9 then, because that's where you are.
Yes, sir.
So that they've just gotten the sign of the rainbow, right?
Yes, sir.
And it reiterates who his sons are that came out with him.
Yes.
Shem, Ham, and Japheth came with him out of the ark. And then there's this remark, and Ham was the father of Canaan or Canaan. So that's interesting. Again, when you're reading, try to slow down and note things like that, because that's heavy foreshadowing. Yes. The sons of Noah who came out of the ark were Shem and Ham and Japheth, and Ham was the father of Canaan, right? So why are we pointing out Ham? Well, obviously, right? But it is like it matters. Mm-hmm. So these were the sons of Noah, and from these the whole earth was populated. The writer is really building a story here, like brick by brick. We're all of the themes of what's going to emerge over the next couple of chapters are being laid out here. The three sons of Noah, the repopulation of the earth, the particular line of Ham and Canaan. Then Noah began farming and planted a vineyard. I just want to go back to last week when was it last week or was it on the live?
On the live, yeah.
Where we referenced that according to Paul, the garden imagery and the temple imagery are the same.
Yes, the field.
And to farm, is the same as for a priest to minister. So basically, Noah has built an altar in metaphorical terms and allegorical terms here. And I'm going to stop saying that. I just want people to understand. We know that, like in Sunday school, the level on which we were taught this was world history. Fine. We're not there.
We're not discounting that.
We have no argument with that.
Right.
Let's go a layer deeper now
Yeah.
and see what the metaphorical teaching is, because the Bible is full of it. So if he began farming again, we're talking there allegorically about moving back into his priesthood. He's tending the earth, as in upkeeping the temple of God.
Yes.
And he planted a vineyard.
It's the original mandate from the garden.
Right.
Yes, sir. Mm-hmm.
He planted a vineyard. So vineyards, they're all kinds of things. So if you want to talk about romance, if you want to talk about love, you're going to set it in a vineyard. But it's coming up here, I think, for a little bit of a different reason. So yeah, you want to hit us with that, with the big one in the next verse?
He drank some of the wine and became drunk and uncovered himself inside his tent. Ham, the father of Canaan.
Oh.
Notice how the writer here is reiterating.
Right.
Noah's grandson.
The layers of the story.
Mm-hmm. Saw the nakedness of his father and told his two brothers outside. But Shem and Japheth took a garment, laid it on both of their shoulders, and walked backward, and covered the nakedness of their father, and their faces were turned away, so that they did not see their father's nakedness.
So I want to point out a couple of things, speaking of key of knowledge here. You have anything you want to point out before I do?
No, go ahead.
Well, I'm just looking at Noah drank of the wine and became drunk and uncovered himself. We're given a very definite location here. Inside his tent.
Inside his tent.
And then Ham, the father of Canaan, saw the nakedness of his father and told his two brothers, again, in a very specific location, outside. So we're back to this motif of inside and outside. And I want to point that out to people because I want to explain that in the ancient Near Eastern way of telling a story like this that was intended to encode deeper wisdom.
Yeah.
Those words are meant to trigger those who know.
Yep.
Those who have the key of knowledge are supposed to say, why are we so obsessed with the genealogy here? Why are we using these particular motifs of farming and vineyards? Why are we going to pains to say inside and outside? So right away, you're supposed to go, oh, remember, allegory is speaking openly of something else.
Yes.
Oh, this is a story about something that happened in the inner world.
Mm-hmm.
So we were talking earlier about the broader picture of what's playing out here. Noah just came through the flood of water that destroyed the old world. He's barely on the other side of it, has just received a covenant from God that this new world will be preserved until it is to be purified with fire, that it won't be purified with water again. And so this is the first time Noah is beginning to try to find his footing in this new world. If this is not the language of spiritual awakening, of consciousness raising, I don't know what is.
Mm-hmm.
How many of the people that are on this episode with us can relate to that? Haven't you stood as the heavens opened and the fountains of the deep burst forth in your life and rocked and swayed and felt seasick and got pitched to and fro while you watched your entire sense of identity, of context, of everything you knew about everything is suddenly just catastrophically deluged, and water is always truth. So it's just like all of a sudden truth just comes pouring down out of the sky on you, erupting from up out of the ground. The fountains of the deep is also volcanoes, so you're dealing with fire and water, and the old world is just being violently, cataclysmically destroyed. People who go through awakening processes have developed verbiage through the eons to talk about this. Some of the common motifs are dark night of the soul,
Yeah.
death of the ego. When new truth deluges your world, it is extremely destructive. It destroys everything that tethered you to your context. You are suddenly a man without a country, a king without a castle. You are a warrior without a cause.
Come on.
You have no loyalty. You have no identity. You have no sense of self and up and down. And all of your old connections get flooded. So many of us, part of our story is losing so many people that just thought we lost it, or they just didn't resonate with us anymore at a higher level of awareness. We woke up inside of a whole new world and they were still in the other one. And so it's not that we don't love each other. It's not, we just don't, nothing ties us together anymore. Right. There's no commonality. We're living in different frequencies. We're just, and so it's like Noah is just coming out of, speaking of the process happening inside, Noah is coming into this new realm and trying to establish how to operate as a priest when his old world has just been destroyed with water and fire. And from out of all of that chaos and that watery grave comes forth new wine. And so we were talking earlier, isn't it interesting that there's a water to wine motif happening here?
That's so good. Yeah.
When Jesus turned the water to wine, he did it in a very specific place. It was at a wedding.
At a wedding.
Interestingly, in Cana. This is a story taking place inside of a tent with Canaan. Jesus calls for 6 jars of clay. They bring him 6 earthen vessels.
Yeah.
He says, I need 6 vessels of earth that can become repositories for water. And then tells them to dip and take the water out of the vessel. And when they do, it's wine, the good wine, the wine that gets you feeling right. It's the good wine. What is happening? We're looking at when God breathes on the elements. We're looking at when truth becomes revelation. When water that can be so destructive becomes wine that can permeate the whole being, that can change your state of consciousness.
It does.
Anyone who's ever received the baptism of the Holy Spirit knows what we're talking about. When truth fills the empty earth vessel and then explodes up in this joy-giving spirit, peace-giving spirit, life-giving, and your whole framework of existence is shifted into a new reality by his spirit. That is water becoming wine inside of earth. And we're looking at the same motif here, and it is happening at a wedding, which is significant because in the metaphorical world of Scripture, the wedding is when the 2 hemispheres come together. And so in the Temple of Solomon, everything is laid out on the south side and the north side. You move from the eastern door toward the holy place at the west, but the whole way there's always 5 stations dealing with 5 lavers of water, 5 candlesticks of fire on each side, north and south. So your 5 senses in both hemispheres of your mind have to be renewed as you move into the holy place. And then the priest can break the 12 loaves of bread and so all of these things. And just before this in chapter 8, we have Noah standing at the altar of incense. So it's all there. It says a sweet incense arose from his altar that he built to the Lord. And so all of these motifs are coming together the same way they do at the beginning of miracles, and it's happening inside his tent. We are talking here about our tents. Yes. There's something happening inside of Noah, and Noah found it overwhelming. If we're looking at the metaphorical, allegorical read, Noah is going through a shift in his soul, a shift in his consciousness that no doubt because of trauma, because it's very traumatic to go through the destruction of the old world.
Right.
It says that he uncovered his nakedness inside of his tent. Noah's what do you call it? Not weaknesses. Your
like his predilection?
Vulnerabilities.
Oh.
Noah's vulnerabilities are made evident inside of his tent.
Uncovered,
and Ham perceives it. He sees the weak moment. How many of us can relate to that when you're coming out of the old world and all of your old identity and your old way of thinking and your religious mindset and all of that is crumbling around you, and you're in this very delicate place inside and you're extremely overwhelmed. You could say you're inebriated. You're drunk on it. And then there are people around you who don't have your best interest at heart and don't resonate with what's happening, and they see the moment of weakness and they play on it.
It's sometimes the people that you have given birth to.
Literally. Or figuratively.
Yeah. You've been responsible for their life.
Right.
And their gratitude is shown by their proximity to you. And while you are in, like you mentioned, in the most vulnerable state of coming alive, after you have gone through something extremely traumatic, literally watching the earth flood, and everyone outside of your small group of family is wiped out.
Right. I mean, you're small. Like your whole family reunion's wiped out. Everybody that had a shirt, it's just you, your wife, your sons, and their wives.
Right. That's extremely traumatic. And so now you've reached a point of joy.
Yeah.
Again. And you're vulnerable.
Yeah.
And the people that you have helped facilitate life for are taking advantage of your vulnerability. And then they're not even keeping it to themselves. They want to brag or showboat or bring awareness to the others.
Yeah, I don't think it's worth getting into it tonight, but there is possibly a motif happening here of an actual power play by Ham to usurp the birthright order.
Right.
And it just, we can put a pin in that, I think. But possibly
that's a different layer.
But it's right. But it's talking about there's some motive behind why he tells his brothers.
Mm-hmm.
I suspect it might have to do with with family power dynamics. And so Ham tells his brothers outside what's happening inside. Have you ever had that experience of someone seeing into you, finding your vulnerability and exploiting it? That's what's happening here. Noah is in the midst of the best part of the awakening because he's already been through so much of the hell and trauma, and now for the first time in a long time, the water has become wine. And he's a little drunk on it. He let his guard down.
Yeah.
And someone who was close enough to him, as you said, that he would trust them to be inside his tent. That's the equivalent inside his tent. That's like bearing your heart to a family member and then them leveraging that. I have narcissists in my life. I'm sure many people listening to this have malignant narcissists in their life or sociopaths or whatever, blood kin, close friends, whoever it is, and you know what that's like to share something so sacred and so internal and have them exploit it in the circle of trust.
Yes.
And that's going on here. When Noah awoke from his wine, he knew what his younger son had done to him. So he said, cursed be Canaan. He actually curses Canaan, Ham's son. Cursed be Canaan, a servant of servants he shall be to his brothers. We won't get into why he cursed Canaan, but I think that probably ties into what we were saying a minute ago.
Yes, sir.
There's something else happening here at a different layer that's just too much to get into
as far as uncovering his father's nakedness.
Uncovering his father's nakedness might well have had something to do with fathering a child with his father's bride, basically. He also said, blessed be the Lord, the God of Shem, and let Canaan be his servant. Blessed be Jehovah, the God of Shem, and let Canaan be his servant. May God enlarge Japheth, and let him dwell in the tents of Shem, and let Canaan be his servant. And then we won't get into the 150, but obviously there's reasons for the 350 years after the flood and the 950 years total and all of that. These are the records of the generations of Shem, Ham, and Japheth, sons of Noah, and sons who were born to them after the flood. The sons of Japheth were Gomer and Magog and Madai and Javan and Tubal and Meshech and Tyrus. If you're perceptive, you'll be picking up names that come up later.
Definitely come up later.
Yeah. The sons of Gomer were Ashkenaz. That's another one that comes up. And Rephath and Togarmah. The sons of Javan were Elisha and Tarshish, Kittim and Dodanim. By the way, that Ashkenaz thing, I just know so many people rabbit hole on that stuff. The European peoples that Jewish refugees from first century Israel intermarried with and moved through their lands in the years following the fall of the temple, many of those were descendants, we believe, of this Ashkenaz guy, came from the part of the world that his children are said to have settled. So that's how you wind up with this name of Ashkenazi Jews. It means Jews that lived in the areas settled by that descendant of Noah and intermarried with those peoples. So it's a lot of stuff like that. From these coastlands of the nations were separated into their... Okay, from these, the coastlands of the nations were separated into their lands. From these descendants of Noah, this is where borders began to come into place. Listen to this. Everyone according to his language, according to their families, into their nations. I'm going to go to the King James for a second here. That's verse 5 of Genesis 10. By these were the isles of the Gentiles divided in their lands, everyone after his tongue, after their families and their nations. Okay, so that word right there for language, it's interesting that it's coming up in chapter 10, because in chapter 11, we're going to be told the whole earth was of one language. In chapter 10, we're being told this is how the world divided out according to lineage,
nations,
borders, nations, and tongue, which the word there that's being translated language in the Bible, we're reading the New American Standard Bible, is literally the Hebrew word for the organ of the tongue. So I just want to point out that there's more than one word for language in Hebrew, and that particular word is the inner word for language. So it's just worth noting that tongue in the Hebrew mindset has to do with like the inner world of language. So
that's good.
Listing more of the sons of Ham now. And this is, remember, Ham, we've been pointing out, Ham keeps getting brought up. So the sons of Ham were Cush and Mizraim and Put and Canaan. So there's that Canaan guy. Cush has a lot to do with certain parts of Africa, and the sons of Cush were Siva and Havilah and Sabta and Rama and Sabteka, and the sons of Rama were Sheba and Dedan. Why are we reading all that? Because now Cush became the father of Nimrod. He was a mighty one. He became a mighty one on the earth. The King James says he began to be a mighty one.
That's key.
Yeah, on the earth. By my count, that's third generation from Noah. So Noah's son Ham brings forth Cush, and Cush brings forth Nimrod. And Nimrod begins to be a mighty one. So talk to us about that. Like, that's a little odd, isn't it? Because that word Gibborim, that's associated with Genesis 6.
It is. It's directly tied to it. And that's why we have to understand the context of why we're reading certain things. Like, we can read this, he became a mighty one on the earth. And in our English, I think, does not capture the full picture that the writer was trying to articulate here. That the writer is trying to trigger our mind back to 4 chapters before that.
Now the sons of God saw the daughters of men, that they were fair.
Yes.
Looked upon them, took them to marry, and brought forth Gibborim.
Yes.
These were the mighty men of old.
Men of renown.
Men of renown. You can translate it giants, but it can be a metaphorical giant or just larger than life.
Yeah.
The stories are they were, physically huge, but it kind of doesn't matter. They were giants among men. These are your Alexander the Greats of the ancient world. These are
your Hercules.
Your Hercules, your demigods. And that, we believe, I would definitely fall into the camp of suspecting that there's literal genetic modification going on there where I just find it unavoidable. It seems like other races of beings that God created interfered with human genetics to create beings that they were hoping to use to take over this realm where we had been given dominion.
They were no longer image bearers.
No, they were corrupted.
Corrupted, yes. Absolutely.
But this is odd because God sent a flood specifically to wipe out that genetic modification project. And now all we've gotten to do is build an altar and have great grandchildren, and we're
right back
meeting
in
the
middle
rise of another one.
Mm.
Nimrod's an interesting character because it's not entirely clear who Nimrod is historically.
Right.
There's the obvious correlations there in history kind of jump out at you. There's the Epic of Gilgamesh. The Epic of Gilgamesh kind of it's got some tidbits, so we can definitely ponder Gilgamesh as a potential fit
Launching
for this Nimrod character. There's Ashurbanipal, or however you say that, Assyrian. There isn't a direct proven, like in Mesopotamian and Babylonian mythology, history, that I'm aware of, we haven't directly established, this guy here, this king of Babylon, this king of Assyria, this is Nimrod. But there's been a lot of speculation for a long time. So what do you think about Nimrod? What's your...
I mean, I think that he is larger than life, of course. I'm sure there's been a level of embellishment with all of the different myths and storylines about him. But I do believe that he is a very, very important, integral part of the text, and that there was a specific reason why the author went to great lengths to detail not only the genealogy,
right,
but also understanding who he became.
Yes.
And this is a little bit different outside of Genesis 6, because it's like when the daughters of men and these angelic beings, the Watchers, come together, and what is produced is this genetic modification to the image of God. The Bible details and calls them Nephilim, right? And we've talked about that. It's like a very broad brush stroke to kind of identify everything that's like not the image of God.
Right.
Right.
Whereas in reality, it's a little more nuanced than that. Like these Giborim, which anytime you hear that Nephilim,
it's plural.
Giborim, it's plural, and it's a little more complicated than that because sometimes the plural singular is accentuating one.
And it's not just, and I'm happy you mentioned that, because it's not just their physical stature that is giving them that label. Because we know, we fast forward to Samuel and David's mighty men, they were also labeled the Giborim.
That's right.
The lion-hearted men. These are men who have not just an appearance of being physically more imposing than the enemy, but it's like their entire character, their tenacity, their level of endurance, their ferocity. Like, they are not just the average warrior. These are the elite of the elite, and they stand head and shoulders above the degular.
They are superhero status.
Yes.
They're genuine. That's where the superhero...
Super soldiers.
Myths are born. They are super soldiers.
Super soldiers.
They're not SEAL Team 6. They're
a step above.
They're a step above that. There's something superhuman about either they are, some of them, modified, accentuated, all the stuff we're looking at doing now. I mean, we're experimenting with that stuff again. So they're either genetically accentuated or by some other mechanism. In the case of David's mighty men, empowered by the Holy Spirit, because Goliath is one of the Giborim, but the guy that killed Goliath's brother is also
part of the Giborim.
So there's different mechanisms of becoming. And actually, Nimrod's kind of a complicated figure in history because he has been viewed both as villain and hero.
Yes.
There used to be blessings in the ancient world when a king would be crowned. May God bless you and make you as Nimrod. So, who was a mighty hunter before. In fact, I think the Epic of Gilgamesh might actually use that verbiage. This is why they bless the kings. May the Most High bless you and make you as one of the as Nimrod. But who became a Gibor before the Lord. So, a mighty hunter, a valiant man. So that this concept is interesting because before the flood, we have these, what seems to be a clear genetic modification causing this state of being. Now we're after the flood and not very far after it at all. According to Josephus, the inhabitants of the world, and there weren't that many of them because we're just like 3 generations down from 8. The inhabitants of the world, according to Josephus at least, were still basically living in the mountains. They were too scared to come down into the low ground because the cultural trauma of the flood was too recent in their memory. They didn't want to live in anywhere near a floodplain.
Right.
So we're not very far, and here this guy begins to be a Gibor before the Lord, one of the Giborim, one of the mighty hunters. This is strange. And it leaves a lot of questions open. That before the Lord is like in the face of God. Punaim, in the face. My dad used to tell me in Yiddish, I'll give you such a zetz. It'll put him around 3 times. I'll give you such a hit, such a smack. It'll spin your face around 3 times. So,
that wasn't pleasant.
Yeah, right. It's in Yiddish culture, though, it's usually said with love. So, you make a smart remark and they say, I'll give you such a zetz.
Oh, yeah.
You know what I mean?
Yeah.
So, bottom line is, this punim, it's also when it says that there's no one like Moses with whom God spoke, punim to punim, face to face. Yes. It's also in the garden in Genesis 3, to Eve, he said, your desire will be in his face. Antikemi, your desire will be, you could say toward him, and translations differ on this. You could say toward him or against him, and it works. So that's kind of the problem with Nimrod. He's a mighty hunter in the face of God, but does that mean pointed toward him or does it mean in his face?
Bowed up to him.
And it could mean either.
Yeah, bowed up to him.
So I think we have to use our context clues. And for me, the context clues start trending a certain direction pretty quickly. And it starts with the name Nimrod, meaning either valiant one or rebel. Rebellion. Now, we know we just studied Mary, so we know that you can't just assume that, because Mary also means, their rebellion, right? Or her rebellion. I can't remember which one it is. But context clues here, I think they start to stack up pretty quick. That Nimrod feels like the comeback story of these mighty ones, and it's happening
relatively
pretty quick after the flood, and we've got this odd phrasing that he began to be.
Yeah.
And so there's so many scholars write tomes about this stuff. So we can't say like, boom, here it is. But for me at least, I think using our context clues here, number one, I think we're going to find out pretty quickly that the motif of a hunter, that's got some implications. It's relevant. And then also, I think that that bringing up the motif of Giborim so close to Genesis 6, to me, that echo is not accidental.
No.
So there's all these different ways that scholars wrestle with this, and rabbis and mystics, and one of the ways that they've wrestled with it is to say that maybe some of the giants survived the flood. I find that hard to believe. If all flesh, in whom was the breath of life, perished, that one's hard for me. I struggle to believe that any of them made it through. I don't think that's the picture that's drawn for us. But somebody can have that view, and I'm interested in their take and all that. But I feel a little more inclined toward this is not about genetic lineage as much as it is about the mantle. This is about, I think somehow Nimrod became heir to this estate where the Watchers, the fallen Watchers, wanted human representatives that they could empower to try to wrest dominion of this realm back from Adam's race and ultimately overcome the agenda of the Most High in this realm. So for me, I feel like we're almost looking at the first story in the Bible of, you could say, we would say in modern parlance, he sold his soul to the devil. That's what it feels like.
It does. It does. And that allows him now to ascend.
That's right.
To a greater stature, state of being. And, as we'll see here very shortly, have a great amount of influence.
Right.
For the masses.
Yes.
Like, you don't just wake up and have such a pull on a lot of scared people.
Right.
Traumatized people, people trying to navigate generational trauma.
Yes.
And he is able to galvanize the earth.
Yes.
In order to take on this next task.
Yes. So he got his influence from somewhere. And part of this awakening process is people realizing, we were talking earlier today just around the staff meeting table. We just got in an offhanded discussion about the majority of presidents of the United States that have all been related.
Yeah.
Even
what a quinky.
Counterintuitively, Obama's in that mix. And
yes, he is.
I don't think most of us would have expected that. But he is. And that lineage ties to the royal house of Britain. Well, that feels like a really odd coinkydink for the vast majority of people in a free democratic society who make it to that post, go to the same family reunion. All right. And it's the royal family of Britain. That's okay. So a lot of us have started to realize, like, when we're out here spinning our wheels, trying to have influence and make it in this world, and it feels like we just, whatever it is, we don't have it. You got to realize that basically nobody does until they cut a deal with the house. Mm-hmm. So you have to start to put two and two together and realize that it's really not about the talent. It's really not about the looks. There's a lot of gorgeous people. There's a lot of really smart, really talented people. We live in Austin, man. Singers and musicians who can play the pop stars under the table are literally a dime a dozen. They can't make a living.
Yeah.
And yet they are the people those singers hire to cut their albums because they don't have the talent it takes to sit in that studio and create that art. But the people that are being hired buy those superstars to put out that product, can't make a living off the back of it, don't have health insurance, it's not about
The talent.
It's not about the looks. It's not about somebody somewhere is going to meetings that you and I are not invited to.
Yeah.
And shaking hands, you and I don't shake. And striking agreements, we don't strike. And this is incidentally why the Lord Jesus says to us, beware when all men speak well of you.
Yes.
Not in this realm. Not a good thing. If you're that copacetic with the system around you, probably not a good thing. And I feel like for us in ministry, that should be very sobering to realize that if we get rocketed to the pinnacle of society without taking so much flack that it destroys our influence, we need to be aware that we're probably fitting in way too well. And if you see somebody doing that, it's worth being aware. I'm not saying God elevated Daniel, God elevated Joe. So I'm not saying automatically anybody who's got that level of influence or whatever is automatically has to, but it's a warning sign. Do a little extra work here to have some discernment about you, because it usually is not a good sign if somebody can claim to represent the kingdom of light and be that well received in Babylon. So I feel like, I don't know what he did. I don't know if he got genetic modification. I don't know if they taught him. You have to remember, so much of what the fallen ones have trafficked in through time has been knowledge and information. So maybe they just gave him so much knowledge that he was just light years ahead, technologically, scientific, whatever it was. I feel like Nimrod got something that made him the standard bearer, the high priest of that line that had been wiped out in the flood, and this begins to be possibly the next wave. Maybe it was genetics. Some scholars think there was something called a second incursion, where they think basically the Elohim did it again. Maybe, but that's not the lineage we're seeing here. We're seeing a lineage that comes straight from Noah. And yet this guy begins to be one of these legendary characters. So I think that's worth noting, that possibly this guy is the first guy after the flood that cut that deal that we call selling your soul to the devil. And I would say, bro, just because we've pointed out that it's hard to find Nimrod as a character in history, maybe it doesn't matter. Maybe Nimrod is the name of an energy, of a mindset, of a certain influence that began to be at work. Maybe he's a literal person, was embodied as a literal person, but I think for me, the most important thing to know about Nimrod is that I feel like he embodies the Antichrist spirit, and he's the first archetype of that we see coming out of the flood. I know you looked up some stuff too. Do you want to keep trucking, or do you want to?
Yeah, I definitely want to keep trucking. Because what I really want to get to is leading into chapter 11.
So then we can basically say verse 9, he began to be a mighty one in the earth. Verse 9, he was a mighty hunter before the Lord. Therefore it is said, like Nimrod, a mighty hunter before the Lord. So that's
a catchphrase.
Yeah, that's that catchphrase. The beginning of his kingdom was Babel.
Yes.
And Erech and Akkad, that's that Akkadian people that rabbit hole, you'll know that one. And Kalna in the land of Shinar. From that land he went forth into Assyria and built Nineveh and Rehoboth and Kalah. So we know that the way he's being talked about here would be as probably the king, but certainly the primary architect. Shinar is where ancient Babylon is. Like the literal physical plains of Shinar is where ancient Babylon is. So the beginning of his kingdom, the leading border of his kingdom was Babel. And then we begin to see the Akkadian Empire and Assyria with Nineveh and all that wrapped into it. So this would have been a massive empire that would have included the empires of Babylon and Assyria and the Akkadian culture. So we're talking here about a massive, if you think about how close we are to the flood here, globalist power.
Yes, sir.
That's what we're talking about.
Yes, sir.
All right. So then I think we could drop down to 11.
Yes, sir.
It just ends 10 by saying, these are the families of the sons of Noah according to their genealogies by their nations. Remember that it told us this was separating them by nation or family, by tongue, by borders, and out of these nations, and out of these the nations were separated on the earth after the flood. So that kind of sets up the story of how that separation came to be.
Yes, sir. So then, chapter 11, verse 1, now all the earth used the same language and the same words.
You know what's weird about this? Other than that, we got told in chapter 10 that they were dividing out by tongue, by family, and by border. That's, first of all, the heck. They've already been dividing out by tongue, by family, and by border. But now we're told the whole earth used the same language and the same words, and neither one of those words is the same word that was used in chapter 10 for language. So in chapter 10, we had tongue. In 11 and 1, we have language, lip, and words, dabar, which are the literal dabar. That is the logos. That's the words themselves, the verbal concepts themselves. So interior speech in 10, language inside of a person, your tongue, but then lip in this chapter, and I'll say it this way. I think dabar, the easiest way to say it would be vocabulary. So this is interesting because this people draw near to me with their lips, but their hearts are far from me. So their outer speech is on point, but
outside
the
of the
inner, where it's coming from, right. So I don't know, but I found it interesting. Could it be that tongues to some degree were already maybe we're talking dialects when it says they were dividing out by tongue. Maybe we're talking about dialects were beginning to form where we're speaking the same language, but it's getting that local flavor to it in 10. But when we come to 11, we find out that the outer expression of speech, the lip, and the vocabulary were all the same. The most interesting comment I found about this was, what if this is talking about social convention and narrative. So
I got a step layer after that too.
okay, because I want to hear it, because this to me is really interesting. We're using 3 words for language, and after we're told that they were dividing by tongue, we're told that they all have the same lip and the same vocabulary. So talk to me about the insight you've gained on this.
So what if? Because notice, if skipping down just for, because I want to read through here.
You want to read on first?
Well, even before that, we know the end of the story, basically.
Right.
The Lord makes appearance and he observes at first, hey,
not cool.
Let us go down there and let's confuse their language so that they will not understand one another's speech. That's verse 7.
Yes.
And we know the Lord scattered them abroad from there over the face of the earth. So we know that there was a response to them coming together.
Yes.
However, if you read through this story, can you identify their sin?
Mm-mm. Not on the face of it.
I mean, let's just go off of scripture. The golden calf clearly identified the sin, right?
Yep.
We can look at Moses,
Yep.
like we mentioned before, him striking the rock.
Yep.
Right? Very clearly identified the infraction.
Yes.
This story is very, very strange in the point where you don't see a clear identification of iniquity.
Right.
Adam and Eve, you see disobedience. Cain and Abel, there's murder involved, right?
Yes.
We understand even with Genesis 6 we just talked about, there is clear disobedience and violence and corruption happening, covering the entire earth. But here we have this group of people, and they're saying, let's build ourselves a city and a tower whose top will reach into heaven, and let's make a name for ourselves. Otherwise, we will be scattered abroad over the face of all the earth. Right? That's
Yes.
verse 4. I want to back up to verse 1 again. Now, all the earth used the same
lip.
All the earth used the same language, lip, and the same words.
Yes.
There's nowhere that we find in Scripture that I can see where the Most High calls us to be the same.
Right.
There is such a thing as toxic uniformity. We're called to be in unity, but unity is not the same thing as uniformity of everything being the same. I found that to be extremely interesting. With unity, there's harmony among diverse individuals. You have many different voices and they're all aligned for one purpose, right? We even honor the diversity that is found in the midst of unity, right?
Yes.
But uniformity, that's a forced level of sameness. It's an identifying the other and saying, no, that needs to come into alignment with what we have decided as the status quo. It's even a suppression of your individuality.
Yes.
And it's a sense of control through conformity. It's not the unity that's the problem, it's the uniformity. And you see this play out in such a wonderful, tangible example in verse 3. Then they said to one another, "Come, let's make bricks and fire them thoroughly." And they use brick for stone. That's so good.
Yeah.
Don't miss that.
Yeah.
They use brick for stone.
Yes.
And they use tar for mortar. Doing a little bit of research on that, the Hebrew there is very strange. It's like an intentional doubling of the verbs. So you can almost,
you're supposed to notice.
You absolutely are supposed to notice. But the Hebrew reads, "Come, let's brick the bricks.
Brick the bricks.
Let's brick the bricks and fire the fire."
They were all bricked up.
Right. It's we would never speak like that in our normative English, right? We would say like it was surely fired.
Yes.
Like we are adding an emphasis on this. But you notice when it comes to bricks, what do you notice about bricks?
Uniformity.
They're all the same. By design. And if one is out of alignment with the other, it's tossed aside, destroyed, and it cannot be used.
You're cooking.
You see what I'm saying?
Oh, yeah.
And I started just thinking, I was like, okay, Lord, teach me. Like, what should I be drawing out of the text with this term, bricks, right? I started to think, and this is where the elements come in. How do you make bricks?
Right.
You get the earth and the
straw or whatever you're
straw,
using to bind
right?
it.
Some form of earth, right? Organic material. Usually mix it with water.
Yep.
Make the mud as you're starting to compose,
and you put it in a form.
Come on, you make it in a form of your image. You form it.
Has no organic contours. Everything is perfectly squared off.
You're using a tool, more than likely.
Yep. A spreader.
A spreader, yeah. You're harnessing technology. Are y'all picking up what we putting down here? Because we're throwing out a lot of different little rabbit holes you can go down, but like you're harnessing technology and bending it to your will,
right,
to form something that is going to be your foundation and your structure that you are going to derive safety from.
Yes.
You see how that is a problem.
Yes.
And it's definitely in contrast to what Noah just did with the ark.
Yes.
That was not the same technology harnessing that he used to build that structure of safety. Because God has no problem with us being inside an ark of safety, especially when he was the one to give the warning that, hey, a cataclysm is getting ready to take place. And I love you so much that I'm going to have you produce something that is going to be a vehicle for you to find shelter in.
Yes.
And my grace is sufficient enough. I'm going to leave the door open for anybody to climb aboard.
Yeah.
If they will just say yes.
Yes.
And when it's time and that time has ended, I'm going to shut the door.
Yes.
Right? And now we have, and I want you to get into, I want you to like hop into here.
You are so deep in what I want to talk about. Cook.
Speaking of cooking, after You have formed these all uniform bricks.
If all the pieces aren't dropping in yet, just stay in the ride, because some of you may be missing context. We're hearing each other loud and clear.
Yeah.
But we have a lot of these conversations.
Yeah.
So if you don't understand why we're so worked up about the things we're saying, you will by the end of this episode.
Absolutely.
So yes, sir. So you were talking about the fire.
It says it. This is let's make bricks and fire them thoroughly. We are going to ensure that what we build stands the test of time. And the fire, it hardens these bricks. Now, normally you place these bricks in the sun.
Yes.
And the sun can bake them. In fact, the Hebrew word there talks about the color of them. It turns like this pale whiteness, right? And so they're taking these bricks and they're stacking them up and they're making this structure. Now, my mind immediately goes to what's the next place in Scripture where bricks are talked about being manufactured?
Yeah.
I think any reader of the Bible should have automatically, when they read this, been like, oh, this sounds familiar.
Yep.
We fast forward hundreds of years later to God's people inside Egypt,
right?
The house of bondage.
Just another metaphor for the same kingdom.
Same kingdom. And they are now forced to build uniform structures with bricks yet again. And when Moses decided to stand up to the system of oppression and speak what the word of God told him to speak, even though his speech was something that he was not strong in. These people right here, oh, come on, I feel this. These people right here were strong in their speech.
Yeah.
They had a synergy about them. They were able to speak the same language in a way that they were extremely efficient in building this structure.
Yes.
It was something that was massive and marvelous and had full of splendor. Yeah. The world was standing in awe at what they were concocting and building. Right. This wasn't like some little tiddlywinks they were building. No, this is something that is, when you get the God of the universe to stop and take notice, you building something here.
Yeah.
You know what I'm saying?
Yes.
You're building something here. And so when Moses stood up to that spirit in Pharaoh, saying, no, I want you to break my people out of this bondage of making these bricks. What did he do?
He said, not only do you have to make more, I won't give you the supplies. You got to go get the supplies.
Yourself.
Which is what the Matrix always does.
Come on.
When you start to break free.
Yes, sir.
No, you're going to have to dig this rabbit hole yourself.
Go deeper.
I'm not going to help you. I'm going to drown you.
I'm going to drown you with it.
This is how the house of bondage works.
And so I'll stop there for a second because I want you to definitely chime in. But that's what I started to really draw out of the text. Like even before we get to what happens later on inside the text, it's that sin of uniformity that is so dangerous. And I'll just say this right here. Even when it comes to, you correct me if I'm wrong, but I don't think I am. Every instance of even twins in Scripture, I don't think there's one time when we talk about identical twins.
Right.
When they're talking about, even when it comes to Rebecca, you have Jacob and you have Esau. And the Most High says, like, there is two nations
Yes.
in your womb. But when they come out, they look vastly different
Right.
from one another. And we know the story, even to the point where Jacob has to concoct and reestablish even his body chemistry and his smell in order to deceive his father, right? If you're identical twins, you don't need to do that. They speak the same language.
Yeah.
You know what I mean?
Sound off in the comments, twins, if you want to set us straight on this. But even identical twins, have you ever known a pair of identical twins that are, it's so much seeing the same person twice that it almost makes you like a little panicky? Like it's almost uncanny valley. Like,
Yeah.
how is they the same person twice?
Right.
And if they're really cute or whatever, like it almost is overkill. You're like, just like cuteness overload. It's like, so I've known several of those. I guess I have a fairly narrow field of study as far as like how many I've known, but in my life, in my 43 years on this planet, I've known several of those. It's never the same person twice. The funniest thing is it shows you identical twins to me is such a good example of seeing that the sameness is only skin deep. Because the same breath of life that comes into both of them creates totally different souls. And there may be so many things that they have in common. Like a lot of them have soul ties that are crazy. Like, and we use soul ties negatively. Soul ties are not always negative. The Bible says that the souls of David and Jonathan were knit together. Like, come on, people. Soul ties are not bad. Bad soul ties are bad, right?
Yes.
But so, and that should help somebody right there. But, and that's just a freebie. But you know, they've done studies where you prick the finger of a twin in one room, and the twin 1,000 miles away feels a pain in their finger.
Yes.
So they're like their souls can be incredibly closely tied, and yet, as far as any I've ever known, you always have the bubbly, gregarious, outgoing one, and the shy, more timid, kind of introspective one, the introvert. You have the extremely creative one and the more mathematical one. Like they are this unique marriage of, it's like almost like they got different pieces of the same soul or something, but it's not the same person twice. In fact, it's really one of the most profound evidences to me of the truth of what consciousness really is in a human being, that you can have two people who are genetically the same person, genetically identical twins from the same egg. Genetically, they are the same person, and yet they are so, even with, we marvel at their sameness. But what should really catch our attention is the uniqueness. How does the same genetic code, precisely the same genetic code, twice, produce two people with such uniquenesses about them?
Yes.
So even in the case of identical twins, it's really not the uniformity that's mind-blowing. It's the individuality that's mind-blowing.
Despite it all, right?
Despite all of the, sameness, the uniquenesses are really, to me, what points at the breath of God. That's what points at the human being that each of them is, right? So you're talking about bricks in the context of humanoids. You could say that bricks is these robots that Elon is making. That's bricks. They're all exactly the same code, exactly the same material. Maybe there's 3 models of them or whatever, but basically they're all exactly the same. But the breath of life that gives that personality, how is it that someone can fall in love with one of the identical twins and not the other. They're not the same person twice.
No.
It's not uniformity.
No, it's not. And it stands in direct opposition. It stands Antikemi.
Yes.
Or, let me put it this way. What the Lord commands us to do and be stands Antikemi to the bricks that were being built. And I love it how you said one time in a message real recently, we need to tell the devil to go to hell.
Right.
We're not in the brick making business anymore.
Yes.
We're not. Because Peter says that we are
living stones.
And Psalm 118, verse 22, a stone, well, actually, let me back up 21. I will give thanks to you, for you have answered me, and you have become my salvation. A stone which the builders rejected has become the chief cornerstone. And I heard somebody just say, a lot of scholars and theologians feel like this psalm is talking about Solomon's temple, which eventually would be built, right?
Yes.
But there's another school of thought that said that they were referring to the Tower of Babel. And that every stone that was rejected because it did not conform to the mold to build that tower, God is now gathering those rejected stones.
Yes.
Bringing them together. And I loved it also how you stated the impact of grabbing individual stones that are jagged and not the same. And they may even break your skin a little bit as you're handling them.
Yes.
And they're not smooth.
Yes.
They may be a little heavy. But somehow when you put them together, their jagged piece somehow fits with the other jagged piece. And it forms this structure that is not man-made, but is truly God-breathed. And that's what was specifically given as instructions to Aaron and the high priest when building the altar of the Lord. You were to use uncut stones.
Yes.
Do not use a man-made tool on these stones.
Yes. Yes, yes. So that we're going to come back to that in a minute here, and we're going to wind up taking a pause for our
we're going to take a quick break here in a moment.
Yeah. And then come back, which is, this is turning into the craziest episode we've ever dropped in
absolutely
lengthwise.
Y'all sit tight for just a second. We're going to be right back.
You took us out right at a moment that, to me, it's kind of blowing my mind that you landed where you did, because everything you're talking about, you keep hinting at the building methods and architectural approach that God takes toward altars and temples.
Mm-hmm. Yes.
And one of the pieces that I don't know if it has dropped yet for everybody is to understand that they were building a temple. They were building a temple.
Yes, they were.
And so we'll explore that a little. But there's a few motifs that they are building, and it's all echoing these themes. So they're building a temple, and they're using, it doesn't just say brick, it says brick for stone. And it doesn't just, and they're not just using slime or bitumen for it, they're using it for mortar. So there's word play here on word play. And it's like you said, there's this idea of brick for brick and fired with fire. Everything is like, this is a super aggressive storytelling method. They had brick, they said, let us brick with bricks and fire them with fire. And they had brick for stone and slime for mortar. It's like, man, we're one of the things we lose so easily in English, and it's hard for lay scholars, because we're not scholars. So not on that level. So it's hard for us to recover it, but sometimes you start to pick up on it. The cadence of the story in the Hebrew is half the message. So much of why we look at the Tower of Babel and go, what did they even do? What was the sin? Is because I said about what's his face? The Gibor that we're discussing. Nimrod. About Nimrod, that I think we need our context clues to know who he is. Because there were some rabbinic traditions and stuff that said that he was, considered a mighty hunter by God because he tried to stop them from building this tower. Well, one of the context clues that I have that's not the case. For one thing, he's been called a Gibor right after God destroyed the world over Gibborim. So, what? But also...
he didn't just turn great.
Right. But also, so this is not like David's mighty men. This is a different correlation. We got to keep in mind who's writing and what all they're writing about.
Right.
But also, here's another piece of context to me. We're being told in the chapter before this, in chapter 10, that the front edge of Nimrod's empire was the plain of Shinar or Shinar. And so the fact that we're being told this tower is being built in Shinar, no, if Nimrod was in opposition to it, it wouldn't have happened.
He built the city.
He's the king. This is his town.
Yeah.
He's the one with the plans.
Right.
So, no, Nimrod, I'm sorry, but it just fails. That way of looking at it falls apart under scrutiny.
Yes, it does.
So, logically speaking, Nimrod here is the driver behind this. This is not, I don't think people understand the scale of this. Go look, look even on YouTube. You can find archaeologists who go and actually go to the plain of Shinar and look at what's left of this. And it's not much, but what's left of it is basically the bottom of the main foundation. It's 300 feet square. 300 yards square, 300 feet, 300 meters.
Yeah.
So basically yards, 300 meters square.
Talk about 3 football fields.
Yeah. Yeah. Yes. 3 football fields in each direction. And according to Josephus, 1st century, Second Temple era Jewish historian of note, according to Josephus, I read it last night, he says it was as high on each story as it was wide. So the bottom story is 3 football fields square. He said that it was the tallest structure that had ever been built, but it didn't look tall because it was so wide that it created an optical illusion. So 3 football fields square, and the bottom story is 3 football fields high. The scale of this project, if the king of that area wasn't driving it, yeah. Are you kidding me?
Yeah, that doesn't make sense.
They didn't slip this by the zoning commission. You know what I mean? This wasn't just a project in the city. This was the project. The city is built around, Babylon is built around this structure to this day.
Yes.
And what's crazy about this is we know now that it's a temple. And we know that in the context of it being a temple, the Bible is telling us, because history says it was a temple, because all history agrees it was a ziggurat.
Yes.
And ziggurats are temples. Those are the wedding cake looking buildings that you see.
Right.
In
a place
ancient
where
Mesopotamia
the
and stuff.
divine interfaces.
Heaven and earth interface.
Come on.
It's a connection point between heaven and earth. So this is a temple, and it's a temple that is being built. Not only, God said to Moses, when you build an altar, make sure you build it with uncut stone, as you were talking about a few minutes ago. Fitly framed together, Peter said. You are being built into a temple, a holy habitation made of living stones, fitly framed together. There are examples of this even from antediluvian architecture in Mesoamerica and stuff, where you can see what was pre-flood and what was post-flood, because the sheer mind-bending size, colossal size of these walls and pyramids and so on, but also because often the pre-flood architecture is fitting uncut stones of the most mind-bending proportions together so perfectly that you can't slip a piece of paper in between them. We don't have any technology like that post-flood.
Nope.
And so you can see where they came and built stuff back that got destroyed.
And it's nowhere near the intricacies of these, Timothy Alberino says, the cyclopean structure.
Timothy Alberino dives into this. Right. These monoliths, you can tell which parts of them are the most ancient because of that. Just the sheer magnitude of that particular skill set. And so God is saying, when you build me a house, when you build me an altar, when you build me a house, in the case of the altar, use uncut stones. In the case of when Solomon built the temple, he said, cut them at the quarry. I don't want to hear the sound of any iron tools. Right. The temple is built in silence. Yeah. So God has this thing about not doing undue violence to the organic creative process. And these people are saying, not only are we going to use brick for mortar, but we're going to brick our bricks. And I mean, brick for stone, but we're going to brick these bricks. We're going to brick with bricks. And
we're going to fire them.
We're going to fire them with fire. This is all very rebellious language.
Yes.
And it's about a temple. Then when you consider the size and the shape, it's also a mountain. And that's a motif that matters here.
Come on.
For one thing, the gods have always lived in holy mountains, including the Most High. There's always a holy mountain.
Yes.
They're building an artificial holy mountain.
Right.
And they are building an ark. How do we know that? Well, we know from several historical sources, and we'll talk about them a little bit, but you can just tell by the language here, because they said we're going to use bitumen or bitumen, or however you say that, slime for mortar. Now, again, there's wordplay here.
Yes, it is.
Because let me go to the Hebrew, and out of the King James, slime had they for mortar. Slime is bitumen, which means rising to the surface. It's pitch, asphalt.
That should trigger your mind to another story.
Right. They are using in slime something that has been used for thousands of years when we are trying to build something completely waterproof and impervious to weather and destruction. And then and
just so y'all know, he's referring to Genesis 6 again, verse 14, God's instruction to Noah.
Yes.
Make for yourself an ark of gopher wood. You shall make the ark with compartments and cover it inside and out with pitch.
And there's that inside and out motif
again,
with pitch. So you need to be waterproofed on both sides. If Noah had only pitched the exterior of the ark, that would have worked for a canoe, probably. But it wasn't going to carry him through the flood.
Oh,
He needed to have the covering on the inside too.
Yes, sir.
And so when it says slime or bitumen had they for mortar, slime is chemar for chomer. Chemar for chomer. So we're looking at Hebrew wordplay here. Chomer is mortar. Chemar is this slime, this pitch. So they had chemar for chomer. So chomer is a bubbling up. Listen to this language. A bubbling up. That is of water, a wave, earth, mire or clay, cement, a heap. Okay, what are we being told? Mortar is something that bubbles up out of earth when it is mixed with water. Chomer, slime, pitch, asphalt, bitumen, that is something that settles from out of the process of refining petroleum. So it is a product that comes from death and decay being subjected to either slow oxidization over time or the heat of a refinery. And it's this thick, black, viscous, waterproof, heavily adhesive substance that settles out of that refining process. It's the ultimate form of death and decay. And mortar is a welling up, a bubbling up that happens when water moves through earth. So they are building themselves a holy mountain that is perfectly squared and completely, it's a ziggurat is the same thing as a pyramid. It's just stepped a little differently.
Yes.
Pyramids have many, many, many steps. The ziggurats have fewer steps, but it's the same architectural principle. So they're building a holy mountain that's perfectly squared off in the way that they want it. They are building an ark that can withstand the flood waters, and they are building a temple out of, as you said, uniform bricks that have been put through the furnace to be made so hard. Here's how hard they are made. I was listening to an archaeologist talk about this. When we go to most of these sites, like you mentioned, Timothy Alberino, when he goes to these sites, or what's another guy that I was thinking of that Lazuli, L.A.
Yeah.
Oh no, Marzulli,
Yeah.
L.A. Marzulli.
L.A. Marzulli.
When they go to these sites, these great, I said it, megalithic sites, they are able to look at the various eras, like we were talking about a little while ago, and kind of get an idea of like what time period this might have been. This part might have been built here by this culture, and that part might have been built here by this culture. You can kind of see the styles, the materials, the scale. You can kind of tell who's who and where the Maya, fixed a place in a wall that was almost certainly built before the flood, but time had done some damage, or maybe the flood did damage, and you know what I mean?
Yes, sir.
So you can see all these different eras. When you go to Shinar and look at the remnant of the Tower of Babel, which incidentally has been rebuilt at least 2 or 3 times through history, there's basically nothing there except just this bottom slab, this very bottom slab that lets us know where it was and what its size was. What's interesting about that is, where did all these bricks go? And historians, the archaeologists that I was listening to, was saying, we know that they have been, over the process of time, carted off to be used in the other great structures that are in Babylon. So a lot of those bricks are still there, but they're in other structures that are in ruins. Those bricks were some bricks, man. They were so valuable that they, over thousands of years, were carted off to be built into other structures, even after this structure was repeatedly demolished in wars. So when they bricked, they really bricked.
Yeah.
They did something remarkable. And what, you look like you have a comment.
What I was just gonna say, that's so interesting because the Most High didn't destroy the tower, and He could have.
What do you think about that?
I haven't until this moment. He chose something very, very specific as far as like stopping the construction process.
God isn't petty, but if He was, in my opinion,
Just knock the tower.
would like to me almost a step beyond that. He didn't even bother. Like, to me, this is the closest I see to God acting a little like what we would think of as petty. And we'll come to a couple of reasons why here. I think it's kind of cool. But part of that is, I think, He let them build a monument to their failure.
Come on. Come on.
Has God ever humbled you by letting something stand in your life that you built like an idiot?
That you built.
That you built. And He just leaves it with you for a while to be like, hey, I want you to sit with that, you moron. You little ant. You're going to have to walk around that for a while. Like, to me, I find it, God was not threatened by it.
Oh.
He was like, that's cute. I'll let you keep that, but you can't live here anymore. And you won't be able to work on it because, you know what I mean?
Right.
So where my mind jumped, and I was even pondering this as you were talking about, I think part of the question in the comments last week was like, doesn't God want us in unity? Doesn't He want us in one place? Doesn't He want us talking about the same stuff, dreaming about the same stuff, doing stuff together? Like, isn't that His dream for humanity? And in some ways, I would say the answer to that would be yes. But I agree with you that the fly in the ointment here is being pointed at by this uniformity motif. Yeah. It's not just the language that's uniform. It's the bricks, it's the firing, it's the layout of it. It's we're being told that uniformity is a major theme here, right? But where my mind jumps is 1 Corinthians 1:10. Now I beseech you, brethren, by the name of our Lord Jesus Christ, that ye all speak the same thing.
Yes.
And that there be no divisions among you. If there was going to be an argument against what you proposed, that the sin of Shinar, the sin of the tower, was this uniformity, this would be one of the best arguments against it, I think. Because the apostle here is saying, I beseech you, brethren, by the name of our Lord Jesus Christ, that ye all speak the same thing, and that there be no divisions among you. And here's where it gets really interesting. But that ye be perfectly joined together in the same mind and in the same judgment.
Come on.
Now, this is really interesting to me because Peter says we are all lively stones who are being fitly framed together. That's that same idea, perfectly joined together, fitly framed together into a holy habitation of the living God, a temple made without human hands, made by Him. He is building us into this structure. When you see a structure that is built of perfect bricks, perfectly aligned, perfectly designed, what are you going to marvel at to me? If you see this structure that they're describing, what are you going to marvel at? When you look at the pyramid, what are you going to marvel at?
Wow, how they constructed this wonder.
Yeah, I mean, to me,
ingenuity.
Tell me if I'm wrong, but to me, looking at something built that way, where they went and they squared everything perfectly, and they pressed these bricks into a perfect uniformity, and they laid them all end to end and pitched them and all that. To me, what I think I'm going to marvel at is the structure.
Yes.
And it is amazing that they built something that colossal. But really what I'm going to spend most of my time marveling at is the structure. But when you see one of these walls in Mesoamerica where the organic boulders of unfathomable proportions have been perfectly fitted together in the most magnificent jigsaw style, where, bro, you have to think about, somebody was able to visualize every curve of every stone and decide which stone back on the mountain should be dragged over and fitted where to this stone. And they did it in a way where you can't slip a piece of paper in between them. Now I'm not marveling at the structure, I'm marveling at the builder. You just took my attention off the structure and you put it on the builder. Who in heaven's name did this?
Yeah.
Because somebody saw that stone sitting right there on that place in the wall and said, go get this other stone over on this mountain, bring it to me, and we're going to put it right here. Somebody who was visualizing that stone back on the mountain has a wart.
Come on.
Where this stone has a pockmark. Now all of my attention is on the builder. So when God builds a holy habitation, he builds it in such a way that he can build the most magnificent thing that's ever been constructed in this realm, but people are not going to marvel as much at the structure as they are at the builder.
Yes, sir.
Perfectly joined together in the same mind and in the same judgment, which incidentally is nome, cognition, like gnosis, nome, in the same vision, the same mind, the same intention, and the same awareness, the same judgment, the same.
Yes.
Right? So what God is interested in here is not that we be built together in exactly the same style, in exactly the same. He said, I want you to all speak the same thing, but then he defined what that unity looks like.
Yes.
It's about mindset and cognition, judgment. Like, it's about the mind that we share. It's not, it is unity and not uniformity. Specifically not uniformity.
Specifically that.
So now we go back to chapter 10 told us that, in my opinion, I'm no scholar, but to me, it feels like chapter 10 told us that as soon as Noah's children had children, that they began to filter out in that area of the world and started grouping up by clans and forming borders around those clans. And the tongues that were spoken inside those borders began to reflect some uniquenesses. That's back in chapter 10.
Yeah.
The tongue of each place. So I've always thought of chapter 11 as the beginning of the evolution of the tongues of humanity.
Right.
But I would at least posit the possibility that at least dialect had already begun to filter out. And maybe that's not what's actually being addressed here. Because then we're told the whole earth used the same lip and the same vocabulary. Now, the way that I have seen that parsed out in a way that caught my attention. If people are interested, you can just look up where Josephus wrote about the Tower of Babel. Yeah. And in the Antiquities of the Jews, it's readily available on the web. It's an easy read. I read it. It's no big deal. You can read what Josephus had to say about it. What you do need to understand is that's not gospel, because history is narrative.
Yeah.
And in that era, the era of the ancient world and like Second Temple Judaism, they knew that history was narrative, and they were totally at peace with that.
Yeah. Right.
In fact, myth is kind of a misunderstood. It's very recent, in the last couple hundred years, that myth has come to mean exclusively something untrue. Mythology was a narrative, a story that a people told themselves about who they are and where they come from.
Yes, sir.
So the mythology that developed around real historic events and characters, the ancient world didn't really have the view that we do. Yeah. They were at peace with knowing some of this is traditions of the fathers that came down orally and it's being committed to paper by historians. Some of it is the historian crafting a narrative that we can live with that helps us form our collective ego, our collective identity, and it holds the empire together, it holds the culture together, it holds the people together. So you need to understand that Josephus is going to say everything in the same tone, and it's kind of up to you to decide what is hard, cold fact, what is oral tradition, what is just Josephus knitting it all together into a narrative that Second Temple Hebrews could deal with.
Yeah.
So when you read Josephus, don't read it as, fact in the way that we think about fact. Two comments I would like to make about that, though, is number one, maybe start applying some of that thinking to reading history that we're right.
In general.
Like, think about how the story behind Thanksgiving and Columbus Day and all of that have shifted in your lifetime alone. Think about the attitude toward John Wayne movies and how that has shifted in our lifetimes alone. So realize that history has always been narrative, and it's always wise to read it as such and to just hold it with a light hand, right? But Josephus did make some very clear statements that are interesting. But the second thing that I would like to say about that is maybe consider that the God who inspired the writing of Scripture may also have stitched this story together in a way that gave his people a rootedness in the identity he wanted them to have. And here's what I would say about that, because people are like, are you saying the Bible is mythology? Well, not in the modern sense of false, but in the ancient world, and this is true today, but the average person doesn't know it, and they never did to some extent. Many stories are told in a way that is designed to communicate a truth that lies deeper than hard, cold facts.
Yeah.
So understand that asking whether Jonah was literally swallowed by a fish or not is very likely the wrong question. Because a more pertinent question would be, what did God want us
To gather.
Right. From that way of telling that story?
Right.
This is another tooth along the jagged edge of the key of knowledge.
Yes, sir.
Understanding that we don't have to break fellowship with people who read the 6-day creation story differently than we do.
Yeah.
What we want to do is find out whether the literal 6-day version is proper, the correct interpretation, or whether the metaphorical one is the correct interpretation, or whether it's both and the fractals.
Mm-hmm.
But the more interesting question is, why did God choose to communicate it that way? What is he telling us?
Come on.
So a part of wisdom and gaining knowledge and understanding is learning to stop obsessing about the specific data points. That's the word I'm looking for. Stop obsessing about the data points and start gathering the information that those are pointing you to.
Let's go.
And so Josephus makes the case. It's interesting. Josephus makes the case that several pieces of cultural context that played into this story went along these lines. He says that the inhabitants of the earth at this time were basically living in the mountains, and that they were terrified to come down out of the mountains because of this memory of the flood, right? And Josephus says that in order to build his empire, Nimrod needed to convince them. He's like the fireman trying to coax a cat out of a tree.
Yeah.
He needed to convince them to come down into the plain. It's on the plains of Shinar.
That's very interesting.
Where he wanted to build Babylon. And so he needed to find a way to talk them down out of the mountains. And his sales pitch, according to Josephus, was, I'm going to build you a better mountain than the one you're living on.
Hold up. Pause. Please tell me you're going where I think you're going.
Go there.
That should trigger our minds back to the garden. Is that where you going?
Yeah.
Okay.
Go. Like I said on Sunday, walked into her house and sold her what she owned.
Sold Eve her own home.
And made her sign a contract
eviction
that evicted her.
They're already up in the mountains.
They are in the mountains that God created.
In fact, Noah landed on top of a mountain.
A specific mountain range. The mountains of
Ararat.
Have you looked up Ararat?
I haven't.
It means the reversal of the curse.
There you go.
Noah's Ark came to rest on the mountains of the reversal of the curse.
So they're up in the mountains already. And now you have this man who is more than likely manufactured and done some sort of deal to become something much greater.
Yep.
Has now convinced the earth
yes
to come down
yes
from the mountain
yes
to the plain
so he can give them a mountain,
so I can give you a mountain of our making.
Yes.
Because that's what the serpent said. He says, you eat of this fruit.
He said to someone who was literally a junior member of the Elohim, if you eat this fruit,
You could be
like the Elohim.
The Elohim. And it's like, I already live here, sir.
You're in my kitchen.
Yeah. Right. And yet again, it worked.
It works because it plays on ego.
Come on.
Fear, desire.
Come on.
It pulls on these things.
Yeah.
Basically, fear, pride, and appetite.
And they're going to build this structure where if the Lord floods the earth again, we'll be able to ascend
into our holy mountain.
to our own ark of safety.
The work of our hands.
We missed the last boat, literally.
Right.
And you're not going to ever catch us slipping again.
Right. And those mountains failed them during the flood.
Oh, I can imagine.
It says the waters covered
everything,
even the mountains. So playing on that trauma, he's able to tell them, our mountain is going to be better because it's waterproof. So our mountain, you can come inside and survive this flood we're worried about. Because we know that God has sworn, has promised not to do this again, but we're not comfortable staking our entire future on the promises of God.
I just got another revelation. I love these conversations.
I know they're the best. I hope they're enjoying it because this one's going to be long, even for us. But
man,
I hope they're.
The name of the Lord is a Migdal Oz, strong tower. The name of the Lord is a Migdal Oz. The righteous run into it, and they are safe. We call the name of the Lord Jesus over you in baptism.
Yes.
Because before you go down into that watery grave,
right,
we are
putting you
in the name of the Lord.
We're putting you in the ark.
We're putting you in the name of the Lord. We're putting you in that Migdal Oz, that strong tower.
Yes, sir.
And it's no coincidence that they said in verse 4 of chapter 11 of Genesis, and they said, come, let's build ourselves a city and a tower whose top will reach into heaven, and let's make a name for ourselves.
This is the whole thing. This is what Babel's about.
So remember how we were saying, like, can you identify the sin in this?
It's getting where it's hard to find something that isn't sin.
Right. But the writer intentionally did not put it as a billboard at the outset.
Yep.
Where you can clearly see, oh yeah, this is where they messed up.
It is the definition of the Antichrist spirit.
Yeah.
Nimrod is the archetypal Antichrist.
Yes.
He's giving you a false name to represent a false relationship, to produce a false sense of safety, when you already had the name, the relationship, the safety, the birthright,
the proximity.
The Migdal Oz, the strong tower, is we call it in English the castle keep.
Yeah.
And the reason we call it the castle keep, go to the UK, go to these places in the world where castles have been common. Many, many castles have crumbled, but the keep is still there.
Yes, sir.
The purpose of the keep is as a fallback position. If everything else fails, it's a
panic room.
Bunker, this bunker that the panic room, that if we have to fall back, we fall back into here and we'll live to fight another day.
Yes.
That's what the name of the Lord is. But Nimrod has walked into the living room again. This is the serpent all over
Serpent
again.
ideology, yes.
Of the people of the name, and told them, we need to make a name for ourselves in the form of a strong tower. It's Antichrist. It's a replacement of the real. It's a counterfeit.
Yeah.
Everything about this is counterfeit. But in this lower realm, and that's what I want to get to, in this dimension, in the realm of, we say 3D, but really, technically, it's 4D. 4D consciousness, time and space. In this realm, what the Bible calls under the sun.
Mm-hmm.
In this realm, Nimrod's plan feels much more secure.
Of course.
Because anybody who's terrified, David said, it is a fearful thing to fall into the hand of the living God.
Yeah.
But then, when confronted with different forms of judgment that he could choose, he chose the one where God decided how bad it was, because he said, I would rather fall into the, man, that gives me chills. This is the same one who said the name of the Lord is amygdalos.
Yeah.
He said, yeah, it's scary to fall into the hand of the living God, but I'd rather fall into his hand than anybody else's. Yeah. But the impulse of the flesh consciousness, the carnal mind,
I got this.
Lower density thinking inside the matrix is, man, if you tell me I can do something about it, I'll feel so much better. This is what he's selling them on. Don't leave your family's future into the hand of God. And we're going to talk about, you still have gas in the tank?
Oh, yeah.
Because I feel like this is the Tower of Babel like we've never heard it.
Ever.
And so I want people to like get to, even if they have to do it in a couple chunks or whatever, I want them to get it. Mm-hmm. But it's like, bro, this right here is the, we're going to talk about what Nimrod got out of it. Because Nimrod has a motive in all of this. Mm-hmm. And if we can identify what was driving him and what made these people susceptible and what God's cure was, we're going to see a pattern we're going to recognize in our own lives.
Come on.
And we're going to be able to move through this next season of this awakening God has allowed humanity to begin to come into without making some of the same mistakes our forebears made. And so Nimrod, according to Josephus says everybody was living in the mountains. Everybody was scared to come down into the lowlands. Now, what's interesting is both the Most High and Nimrod wanted the people down out of the mountains, according to Josephus. Uh-huh. So Josephus says that the word of the Lord had come to these people repeatedly, telling them that it was time to spread out through the earth, populate it, take dominion over it, and begin to build families, nations. This is Josephus' account. People can read it. He says that God had repeatedly told the people, okay, like, I gave you a couple generations to like gather yourself after the flood, but now it's back to the creation mandate. He reinstitutes the creation mandate at the altar with Noah.
Genesis 9:1.
Yeah.
Be fruitful and multiply and fill the earth.
He wants us back in the dominion mandate.
Yes.
So the people are, according to Josephus, still holed up in caves and rocks in the mountains, terrified. God wants them down because God wants them to go fan out through the globe and begin to spread his dominion again. Right. Josephus Josephus says Nimrod, on the other hand, wanted them down for another reason, because he was trying to build an empire. So Josephus needed to populate a city. And as we read here, multiple cities.
Nimrod. Yeah.
Sorry. Nimrod wanted to populate a city.
Yeah.
So God wanted to populate a temple. Nimrod wanted to populate a city.
Come on.
John Lennox said something, Pastor John Lennox, that I found really profound, and I'm going to quote him again in a minute about something else. I really enjoyed his message about all this. But he said that in many ways the Bible is the tale of two cities. And he just kind of threw it out there as like a passing remark, but it kind of blew me away because I have thought about it, but it crystallized for me when he said that.
Yeah.
There really is only Babylon and the New Jerusalem. Like, he's always been building Jerusalem. The other side has always been building Babylon. And even earthly Jerusalem has been corrupted by that influence because everything in this realm has been. And so that's why he's building a new Jerusalem out of us, within us, that's going to manifest outward into this realm, coming down. In biblical language, is actually coming down is the same as going out.
Yes. Yes.
And so this New Jerusalem is going to come down or come out from our midst into the earth. And that's another little key of knowledge for those that have ears. That's another part of the key of knowledge. Down and out are the same, up and in are the same. So, and it's even reflected in our language. You've heard people say they were down and out.
Yeah.
You've heard people say all up in it.
Right.
There's echoes of all of this knowledge, even in our language. But the Antichrist spirit has always been trying to build Babylon, or now build a new Babylon, rebuild Babylon. So there's two cities at war, two kingdoms, two realms, and you could say two states of consciousness.
Yes.
At war.
Yes.
And so God wants to spread Eden consciousness across the planet now that he's renewed the earth through water. And Nimrod wants to spread Babylon consciousness. Let me put it this way. Nimrod is the beginning of the false reality overlay. Nimrod is the architect of the matrix. Josephus says that Nimrod started playing on the fears of the people.
Yeah.
By promising them not only recovery from the flood and the damage and all of that, but by promising them security against any future potential mishap, and that he promised them that if God ever tried to do it again, if they would help him build this tower, that he would climb the tower and poke his sword in the face of God.
Yes.
The rabbis say that, and I, take it or leave it, in the Targums, that Nimrod told them that at the top of the ziggurat, the idol that they placed there would point its sword up at God as a warning to let him know, don't mess with us. So you need to understand the ancients were not stupid. They didn't think they were building a tower into the cosmos. They didn't think they were building a tower that was literally going to climb past the second heaven.
Right.
They understood realms. If anything, we're the ones that don't.
Yeah.
They didn't think that they were going to get past the galaxies and wind up in the throne room. They understood what we don't, which is that earthly architecture and geometry points at spiritual realities that can bridge the gap between the realm of heaven and the realm of earth.
Yes. It's a portal.
It wasn't a primitive idea.
No.
It was a Stargate. Absolutely.
Yeah.
It wasn't a primitive idea. It wasn't in fact, we're still using the same mechanism now. What Nimrod set out to do was completely logical. It made perfect sense. It was a reasonable strategy. All of that. He was going to accomplish if God left him to it. So the way a ziggurat is formed, just simply, so they do look like that wedding cake kind of thing. This one would be square.
Right.
And you have between 2 and 7 stories, but you have 3 main features regardless. No matter how many stories you have 3 main features. Well, what is this reminding us of? If anybody's been paying any attention to any of the talk about temples, you already know temples have 3 components.
Come on.
So in the case of a ziggurat, the way that it plays out is the foundation is earth. So a ziggurat, the bottom tier is considered, it's like where it's grounded into earth, right? And that's the outer court. That's in the temple diagram, that the bottom tier of a ziggurat is the outer court. That's the earth place.
Yes.
The inner court is the staircase. If you remember from your kid Bibles and all that, these Towers of Babel, even the silly circular ones that they draw that have the spiral, they have a winding spiral staircase going up. Y'all, that is a little silly in the sense that it's not historically accurate. If you want to know what this building looked like, go look up the Ziggurat of Ur.
Yes.
Ur is one of the best, in fact, I think it's the most well-preserved one we have.
I think so too.
But you've seen pictures of this too. It's the square stepped pyramid, and coming off of it is this one major staircase that goes, and we see the same kind of staircase at the pyramids in Mesoamerica.
Yeah.
They have that, it's like a ramp with stairs that goes from the bottom to the top. But the silly version that's in your kiddie Bibles sometimes with the spiral staircase that goes up the round wedding cake, that's also esoteric symbolism. That's not that. There's a reason that all the motifs look the way they do. They're either historically accurate with the square stepped pyramid and the ramp stairway that goes up, or they're not quite historically accurate, but the reason for the representation of the spiral staircase is pointing at your spine, or the Bible has another metaphor for it, Jacob's ladder, a ladder between earth and heaven. It's where the divine energies, the spark of life that God has put in us, traverses up and down in our bodies from heaven to earth. The ancients knew this. Where you're grounded, that's the earth part. Up here is, and in the core of your being is the heaven part. Right. And the spine has always been represented either by a staff or by a spiral staircase. So there's a lady who thinks the only thing that glitters is gold, and she's climbing a stairway to heaven. All this stuff is deep in our cultural consciousness. So Nimrod's plan, we're going to ground ourselves in earth. We're going to build this staircase. That's the inner court. The priest ascends to go touch heaven. At the top of the ziggurat is the little house, we've all seen pictures of it. That is the holy place, and that's where the God lives.
Can I just pause you right there?
Yeah.
I find that interesting because when in Exodus, in the verse after, where the Lord is giving them instructions as far as building the ark or building the
tabernacle.
altar.
Oh yeah. Yes.
Without any tool, uncut stones. He says also, do not make stairs.
Right.
for you to climb, for your nakedness to be
the shame of the
the
priest.
shame to be uncovered as you walk up the stairs. All ties in back to Noah
It's going back to Noah,
and his
and it's going back to the garden.
yes.
They tried to climb the stairs the short way, and they exposed their shame.
Come on.
When humanity tries to accomplish this act apart from obedience and worship, fealty to the true and living God, we always we're caught with our pants around our ankles. Our shame is always exposed. Pride goes before a fall. Our shame is always exposed, and that's what it says. Do not ascend by stairs to the altar of the Lord, lest the priest's nakedness or shame be exposed.
Yes.
They all knew this imagery. They all grew up around these temples.
But now you have Nimrod purposefully
Yes.
building this structure with stairs
Right.
attached to it. Because we have no fear or reverence
Right.
for this process. We're going to ascend
Yes.
one way or the other.
Because we have enough of us, we have enough technology, like we're in a good enough position.
Yeah,
We can pull it off. We can do this.
that's so good.
And Nimrod is envisioning a priest at the top of that ziggurat cutting a deal at the altar with the principalities and powers. In other words, we're going to use this altar to form alliances to protect this realm from the Most High.
Yeah. Yeah.
We're going to make sure, we're going to all band together and make sure never again. He can't ever do it again. So what Josephus says is that playing on their fears and their desire to protect their families, Nimrod began to rule tyrannically. He was turning the governance of Babylon into a tyranny and convincing them that the only path to safety lay in absolute obedience to him. This is the matrix in motion. Nimrod has come along and sold them a false reality overlay powered by their desires and secured by their fears.
Yes.
And I guess you could say driven by their desires, secured by their fears, and powered by their pride, by their rebellion, that we're going to band together in one place under one earthly king.
Yes.
And we're going to bridge this gap ourselves and protect ourselves. And so Nimrod is directly contravening the plan of God. He is pulling people out of their clans and families down into one nation that he's bringing down here. He is stopping the spread of dominion across the planet. Yep. He's concentrating it in his city. God, according to Josephus, is telling the people it's time to spread out. Nimrod is telling them it's time to come together into my 15-minute city. So everything is exactly then as it is now. This is the same matrix. This is the same mechanisms behind it.
Uh-huh.
This is the same Antichrist spirit pulling the same stunts. And so your uniformity of language and same words, not the inner language, not the tongue that was already dividing, but the lip, the outward expression, and the vocabulary. What are we talking about there? Cultural conditioning. We're talking about narrative.
Yep.
We're talking about virtue signaling. We're talking about shame culture. We're talking about terms like conspiracy theorist and whatever, all the stuff we share in our culture, vocabulary that drives the conditioning of the matrix into us and takes away the organic uniqueness that God placed within us and forces us into the pressure of the mold to shape us in the image of the architect of this realm.
Come on.
And fire
Come
us
on.
in the furnace of cultural trauma.
Come on.
And lust and desire, and protect us with death and decay to keep the floodwaters out. And they use brick for stone, and they use tar, bitumen for mortar. They said, "Come, let us build for ourselves a city and a tower whose top will reach into heaven. And let us make for ourselves a name.
Yeah.
Otherwise, we will be scattered abroad over the face of the whole earth." What's wrong with that?
That's what God told you to do.
But dominion
Yeah.
breaks the spell of control.
That's good.
Hear me. Dominion breaks the spell of control. Earthly systems are obsessed with control. And God has always been offering dominion. And this idea of make ourselves a name, this is no different when the carbon-based man enthrones himself in earthly systems and makes a name for himself for a strong tower. That is the definition of marking your mind and marking your strength, your right hand and your forehead, and your emotional will and your intellectual will with the number of a man, 666. This is the beast system. Nero is
Or Nimrod.
Nero. That
With
plays
Nero,
into that plays into fractals. Nimrod is the false prophet or the beast, and the tower is the image of the beast.
Yes.
Because the tower is literally
What's been manufactured.
well, yes, and every temple is designed to show the architecture of the inner being.
Goodness. Yes.
So I want people to catch that if they can, that the image of the beast is the system, the structure that powers this effort, because the temple has always been the anatomy of the man that God created. It's grounded in earth. It has a stairway to heaven. It has a holy place in the center of its being where God meets with man and heaven touches earth. So the tower is quite literally the image of the dirt man, the image of the beast
Yes.
that they're worshiping.
Yes.
So we've gone from what was the sin to what wasn't the sin. You know what I mean?
Yeah.
So they're saying, let us build for ourselves. By the way, I think people pass over that. They didn't just say, let us build for ourselves a tower. Let us build for ourselves a city. This has always been these two competing cities.
Yes.
A city and a tower whose top will reach into heaven, and let us make for ourselves a name. Okay. And then John Lennox points this out, and it's so much fun. So Yehovah came down to see the city and the tower which the sons of men had built, and he made me laugh. He said the first point that God proved, because think about it. You telling me God can't see from where he's
From his
enthroned?
throne? Yeah.
And if he can't, he doesn't have binoculars? No, God's making a point, according to John Lennox. Man built a tower, and we've already talked about the colossal size of it.
Yeah.
Man built a tower into the heavens, and God had to come down to see it. So God is making a point.
Oh my goodness.
Nice job. You got as far as you could. Let me get down where I can see. I thought that was so much fun.
Oh my goodness. That is great.
The Lord came down to see the city and the tower which the sons of Adam had built. The Lord said, behold, they are one people, and they all have the same language. And this is what they began to do. And now nothing which they purpose to do will be impossible for them. Does that take you to something?
Not specifically.
This is echoes of Eden. The Lord said,
oh, yeah. Because,
behold, they are like one of us.
yes.
They have tasted of the fruit of the tree of knowledge of good and evil. Now, lest they stretch forth their hand and take from of the tree of life. Why didn't he want us to do that? Well, no, he always
Submit
did.
your fate in eternity.
Yeah, perpetuated in corruption.
Right.
We would be just like the fallen ones.
Yes.
We would be no different.
Eternity.
Yes.
Correct.
The only option for us then would be the act, not even hell, it would be the lake of fire.
Yep.
Or maybe outer darkness, but even outer darkness gets cast into the lake of fire. Come let us. So he's talking to the divine council here.
Yeah.
By the way.
Right.
So now, just for fun, there are 70 nations that spread out from Noah's family, according to the Hebraic way of looking at it. Each of them has one of the Elohim that are going to rule over them, and God chooses for himself a people out of that. He's talking to them, that group, the Watchers, the Elohim. Come, let us go down. Well, not the Watchers, but the Elohim.
Right.
Come, let us go down and there confuse their language so that they will not understand one another's speech. We're almost done. What are you looking at?
Oh, just how the Most High, like how he talks about that with Psalms 82. What's that? Yeah, Psalms 82 with the divine council and the 70 nations that he divides them up into. I love how Heiser, he made a great observation saying that this was a divorce.
It was.
It was like, oh, you don't want me to rule over you. I've already told you what to do as far as repopulating the earth. And so you're still image bearers.
Yes.
You haven't completely gone the way of Genesis 6. So I'm not going to just destroy you. But I'm not going to rule over you because that's not what you want.
Right.
So I'm going to set up rulership. I'm just going to scatter you.
Yes.
And we have, of course, Table of Nations. And so I'm going to set up these Elohim, these lowercase g gods, to rule over you.
Yes.
And we know they're not going to rule justly.
Right.
Mercifully. The chaos and devastation that ensues.
Yes.
And that's why you have in Psalm, was it 82, where you have the Lord in response to that. Yes, Psalm 82 and 6. I said, you are gods, and all of you are sons of the Most High.
Mm-hmm.
Nevertheless, you will die like men and fall like one of the princes. God is standing up and putting on his righteous robes and ruling a judgment based upon how these Elohim took their divine mandate to rule.
Mm.
But, and as you, I just got to just throw out this point. I had read this or saw this today. And I think this is a very Antikemi way of looking at it. You know the first time that the word Hebrew is used in Scripture?
Mm.
Abraham. In Genesis 14 and 3. Was it?
So 3 chapters later.
I'm sorry, 14 and 13. Then this is talking about the War of the Kings, right?
Yeah.
Also, it's very interesting. Remember those kings?
Yes.
They fall into
tar pits.
The tar pits.
Yes, the 5 kings fall into the tar pits.
We were talking about earlier.
Yes, sir.
Asphalt.
Yes, sir.
That was very interesting to me.
It definitely is.
They also took Lot, Abram's nephew, verse 12, his possessions and departed, for he was living in Sodom. Then a survivor came and told Abram the Hebrew. Now he was residing by the oaks of Mamre.
That's interesting.
The Amorite brother of Eshcol, the brother of Aner, they were allies with Abram. Hebrew.
Wow.
That word, Ivri,
yeah,
is said to mean on the other side.
Yes.
The whole world stood on one side while Abram stood on the other side. Hebrew literally becomes a badge of standing apart from the crowd.
So we could say Antikemi is just Hebrew.
Hebrew.
It's the Hebrew way.
It goes even deeper. Because after Abraham, you have Isaac.
Yeah.
And Isaac, he and Rebekah give birth to Jacob.
Right.
So he's named Jacob. Supplanter.
Yes.
Heel grabber. He's literally following his brother.
Yeah.
Out the womb. He's grabbing at his heel. This is going back to the bricks. The uniformity.
Yeah.
He's a follower.
Yeah, yeah.
I am locked into the mold. And literally what he puts out, it comes back to him.
Yes.
The deception that he uses to
Yes.
get the birthright and to get the blessing, it comes back to him.
Yes.
With Lot, right? And how he is dealing with that. But notice how after he wrestles the angel of the Lord, his name is upgraded.
Yes.
And changed to Israel.
Yes.
That is so powerful.
Yes.
Because we know how Israel is the apple of his eye.
Yes.
Literally, they are meant to be set apart. A city set on a hill. There we go, on that mountain again.
Yeah.
That is something so integral to why Israel was so important as a beacon to the world.
Yes.
Like, this is how we get back to the garden. Like, the Most High is like, I want to bring all my image bearers back into covenant relationship with me, and I want to bring them back to the garden, the Eden mandate. But I got to start with one people. And so I'm going to pull them out. Abraham, you leave your father's house and you come. And I'm going to put my mark on you.
Yes.
And there's going to be this covenant relationship. And the outward is going to show an inward transformation. And that's going to be a standing statute for all of your generations. And out of you, Jacob, you're going to have a nation that's going to come out of you. And this is just one little food for thought that I read today was really cool. The 12 tribes of Israel came out of Jacob. And a fun little tidbit is if you take all of the names of the 12 tribes of Israel, that adds up to 49.
Right.
I'm sure you knew that already.
Yes, but
This blew my mind.
yes.
And of course, that's 7
Times 7.
times 7.
Yes.
It's 49.
We haven't even started to go to that whole side of things with these.
We'll just throw that out there for just
for funsies.
Just for funsies.
Because that whole layer of things is, yeah, bro. This and what Israel. We say, God prevails because he wrestled with God and man and prevailed. But another very valid way to understand the name Israel is God will rule, or he will rule as God, or he rules as God. So
even on that same vein, you can look at the word, I just remembered this, Jew.
Yes.
You know the first time Jew is used is in reference to Mordecai.
Yes.
When he refused to bow to Haman.
Yes.
And he was identified as this Jew.
This Jew who doesn't.
Antikemi.
Yes.
Literally all throughout the chosen people of God, and for that specific mission, they have a consistent theme.
Yes.
Of lying in opposition, refusing to conform, refusing to bow,
yes,
refusing to follow suit. And even when they did, their identity was like that at first. The Lord came in and said, I'm going to change it. I'm going to put my name on it.
And there's always been an element in the court of Babylon, as we learn in Esther, that is selling the narrative that the Jews are what's broken with the whole system.
Right.
So these themes, because the world can't abide. And my people, according to the flesh, are deeply under the spell of Nimrod right now, the Antichrist spirit.
Yeah.
Until the scales have dropped from their eyes. But there is something about them that represents some highly polluted, highly degraded streak of awareness that annoys the system, that there is something, there is another side.
Yes.
There is something in opposition. So the Lord said, behold, they are one people and they all have the same language, and this is what they began to do. And now nothing which they purpose to do will be impossible for them. Come, let us go down and confuse their language so that they will not understand one another's speech. That word confuse is wild. It means to mix, but it's to anoint.
Oh my goodness.
To anoint, or to feed with fodder, mixed grain. So God is filling them with it. One of the senses of it is to like drown, typically with oil. So basically, God, his solution to this is to feed their inside to seed them, to anoint their consciousness with something from the inside that breaks the spell of whatever it was that was keeping them uniform on the outside. So basically, he broke the narrative. He red-pilled them, and he broke the spell of Nimrod's. It's the anointing that destroys the yoke.
Yes, sir. Yes, sir.
So he breaks the spell and scattered them abroad. And here's a neat little, to me, this is probably how to kind of bring it home. Confuse their language so that they will not understand one another's speech. So the Lord scattered them abroad from there over the face of the whole earth.
That face word.
And they stopped building the city. Not the tower, the city. It was about Babylon the whole time. Therefore, its name was called Babel, confusion, because there the Lord confused the language of the whole earth, And from there, the Lord scattered them abroad over the face of the whole earth. So we're back to this punim word, this face. Nimrod, it goes to great pains to tell us that he becomes a mighty hunter in the face of God. And it is said, like Nimrod, a mighty hunter in the face of God. They're repeating that. Now we finish the story with, so the Lord scattered them over the face of the whole earth. And again, we're told twice, over the face of the whole earth, by feeding them something that you give to domesticated animals. So God feeds the hunters prey with something you give to domesticated animals, provender, mixed grain. He anoints them with something that scatters them out of the hunter's grasp, who is a hunter in the face of God, and he scatters them over the face of the earth.
He springs a trap.
And this goes back to the Jacob and Esau motif, or forward to, because when we meet Jacob and Esau, we pick up this thread of a mighty hunter. And Jacob and Esau come out of the womb, and their description, as you said, not uniform at all, but Jacob is grasping for it. Their description is very interesting. Esau is a hunter. It says a man of the field. This thing about hunters is really important. It's important for understanding who Nimrod is, because a hunt is all about, in Hebrew, the chase. That's what it means. The chase, the runner through open fields, the one driven by appetites. What Nimrod and Esau both represent, and there's all kinds of really interesting ties with, you can rabbit hole Nimrod and Esau if you want to. Lots of fun stuff there. But what Scripture minimally is pointing us at is these are desire-driven. This is humanity in its desire-driven, flesh-driven state. Esau, we're told, is hairy and red all over, pointing at his animal nature and his dirt nature. He's hairy and red all over. He's the most Adam and Adam's son can be. Because that's what Adam means, red. Adam, Edom. Adam. Edom.
Right.
Same word. So Esau is the earth man, and because of that, he's driven by his desires, and he's a man of the open field. He's always on the hunt. He's always on the prowl. He's always in the chase. Nimrod is a mighty hunter in the face of God, a man driven by desires and passions and the chase and the desire for prey and conquest. And Jacob, we're told, was a dweller in tents.
I love the word of God. Man.
A gentleman, a dweller in tents. There's something about, as mixed up, as screwed up as Jacob was, as off-kilter as his instincts were, as broken as he came into this world, as much as he was grasping for identity and trying to accomplish in the flesh what God already planned to do in the spirit and all that, there's something about Jacob that was more of an inside man than an outside man. A dweller in tents. If we can just learn how to inhabit the tent that God has given us, how to go inside this thing and be quiet and be gentle and just be in the tent, just be here in this temple. God can do a lot with that, even when we're all kinds of mixed up, all kinds of broken. We get all kinds of things wrong. We succumb to all kinds of impulses, but he really can't use that earthy, desire-driven, hunting, conquesting mentality until it's broken, until it is submitted. David is also called ruddy, red.
Yes, he is.
David is, if you want to see how redemption looks with this personality, we're told that David had 5 smooth stones. That means that for the most part, he had gotten his 5 senses under dominion.
Yes.
That's why he was able to strike the Gibor, the hunter, the mighty hunter, in the center of his forehead in the holy place and take off the head of the Antichrist. For the most part, we know highly imperfectly, but David, who also was very interested in tents and tabernacles and temples and palaces, and David, although he was a mighty hunter, a mighty warrior, he commanded mighty hunters and mighty warriors, he also was a man of the tents. He also was a dweller inside. And even though he's very earthy, very ruddy, very given to passion and desire, he brought it under subjection for the most part, and was able to live his life in the presence of the living God. He went inside. Those who dwell in the secret place of the Most High shall abide in the shadow of the Almighty. I will say of the Lord, He is my shelter and my fortress, my Migdal Oz, my God in whom I will trust. So if you want to see what redemption can look like for a Nimrod, for an Esau, that will break and repent and submit that earth nature, that red man to God. Red man in the biblical context means something totally different than it does in our culture. That if you want to see what that earth man can look like in submission, David is our example. He's the one that came out red and finished up right. But these other guys with that same instinct, that same drive, they never got those 5 kings. They never got those 5 senses, those 5 smooth stones under control. And so Nimrod and Esau both fell prey to that animal nature. But Jacob, for all his problems, was a dweller in tents. And because he learned how to go inside and be still, God was able to transform him and use him and turn him into an expression of the rule of God in the earth and perpetuate the Antikemi. I love that. The Hebrew, the liar on the opposite side way through his lineage. And so Nimrod, as far as we know, didn't get there. Esau tried, but he didn't get there. Jacob, David, these men got there, and God transformed them from the inside. So to me, the lesson of the Tower of Babel is that when God destroys the old world and wakes us up to the fact that we were living in a mirage and everything around us was a matrix of deception, and we begin to come awake and we begin to see through the false reality overlay, one of the first creatures that's going to meet us right there on the mountainside where God saved us and reversed the curse after the flood is this hungry man, this desire-driven man, this valiant warrior that's going to want to take charge and create this new world. And you see these people calling themselves, awake or woke, and calling themselves, I'm not a sheeple anymore. I'm not a sheep. And you see these people, trying to rise up and fix it. And you got to realize that the stage of the awakening process that they're in is that Nimrod has walked into their holy mountain and he's trying to sell them on coming down into the plain of Babylon and building a false construct. He's trying to put a false reality overlay right in the heart of the wreckage that was left by the destruction of the last false reality overlay. He's trying to rebuild the matrix.
Yes.
He's trying to reestablish the dominion of the fallen ones in the new world. And he's trying to thwart the purpose of God to bring about the agenda of dominion through you. And so this is the guy that hungers for all knowledge. This is the guy that hungers for all insight. This is the guy that hungers for the kind of knowledge that puffs up and wants you to rabbit hole until 4 a.m. every morning and fall into a frequency of fear and anxiety and outrage. And you can always tell when Nimrod is baking the bricks, because he's always going to try to get you mixed up in a tribe of like-minded, awake people who all have rallied around some cause of what they see that caused them to see through the matrix, and everyone that's not in their camp is a moron. Everyone that doesn't see what's happening is a moron. But he's always going to try to get you to form a new identity around that new level of awareness that you're in, and he's going to try to get you to join him in this cause to fix the problem. He's going to try to get you hungry to do something about this, and so it's going to lead to Nimrod is feeding the flames and baking the bricks. When the more you learn, listen to me, I know you've been with us a long time, but please hear this. If you're following an influencer, that's a strong word, influencer. Yeah. If you're following an influencer who is constantly telling you that they are the only one telling you the truth about the Matrix, and everyone else is, for whatever reason, just doesn't seem to care, just doesn't seem to see it, doesn't seem to be willing to stand up and say it. But all it leads to is you needing to be on tomorrow's episode of their show, and tomorrow's episode of their show, and tomorrow's episode of their show. And you wind up in the comments section of every video and post you see being a keyboard warrior. You're in their tribe and you're fighting for their cause and you're defending them. But you never know what to do until they tell you what to do. You don't know what to be outraged about until they tell you what to be outraged about. You don't know what to believe until they tell you what to believe. You can't see through the matrix. They see through the matrix, and they tell you you're smart for knowing that they see through the matrix and for following them, but it only ever leads to a perpetual fire of the need to know more, to feed the hunger, to get a hit for the addiction. The Bible has a word for that. It's called the bottomless pit. The Bible has a word for that. It's called Gehenna. The unquenchable fire. The Bible has a word for that. It's called the worm that never dies.
Never dies, yeah.
You're living in hell because you saw through hell. You're living in the inception of hell. Daniel 12 says that you are one of those who have awoken to everlasting shame and contempt. And what you need to do, because that's still dirt consciousness, that's still the low animal, it's just a higher level of the same thing, or a lower level, depending on how you want to look at it. Your awareness has increased, but your wisdom hasn't come with it. And so what you need to do is let the Spirit of the living God breathe the breath of life into your nostrils. You need to be still. You need to go inside and dwell in your tent. You need to be quiet and come into the holy place and sit in the presence of the living God. Tell activities to cease. Tell thought, just dismiss it as it comes until it quits coming. And be still and know that I am God. And you need to let him breathe the breath of life into you, because Nimrod is the first giant you're going to meet on your journey out from the wreckage site. When the flood of truth destroys the old world, you're going to run into some key figures. You're going to run into some hams that are going to play on your weaknesses and your vulnerabilities as this new level of consciousness comes online in your life and you drink the new wine. And then you're going to run into some of his descendants that are going to try to play on your fears, your desires, your lower impulses. And all it is an attempt to pull you not only back into the world you just left behind, the kingdom you just left behind, but deeper than you ever were. And so you need to let God anoint you from the inside out
Yes.
break that yoke,
Yes.
break the spell, and disperse you into your assignment of dominion on the face of the earth, where you will be unified in one mind with everyone that is in his kingdom, but you will be uniform with no one. You will be the only you there is. You will be the only version. You are a fractal of God that shows the glory of God in a way that no other fractal does. You are a snowflake. You are a diamond. You are totally
Truly
unique
yeah.
to you.
That's so powerful.
So that's what Babel is.
That's what Babel is.
Babel is climbing the tower of consciousness in an unapproved format that is caught up in the lust of the flesh, the lust of the eyes, and the pride of life, fear and desire.
The echoes of Eden, but in all the wrong ways.
Yeah.
My goodness. Well, if you have stuck around this long,
I mean,
I know that you have taken some serious value because we went in.
until next time,
Until next time, we love you.
live Antikemi.
Live Antikemi. Or be Hebrew.
Be Hebrew. I love it, bro.